अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल.
There we are. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so very much for joining me here. This is your annual Ramana Maharshi birthday live stream for December 30, 2024. I hope you're all safe and sound wherever you may be. So today we are celebrating Ramana Maharshi's 145th birthday with some of his higher teachings. I hope you are all safe and sound. And as with every year, we are celebrating Bhagavan's birthday, the birthday of Venkataraman Iyer, the small boy Venkataraman Iyer, who went on to become the great Ramana Maharshi. Now, we can obviously say this is the birthday of the birthless, if we want to be cute about it. So leave a comment in the chat where you are coming from, where you are right now. Sorry, at the beginning there, I was on mute. So it's good to be back on the live streams. We're probably going to do this a lot more in the future, maybe once a month, maybe every fortnightly. We will see how we go from there. And later on, I will answer a lot of your questions. We'll get through a lot of content today, actually, a lot of Ramana's teachings. One of the books that he is most fond of, the Reboot Gita. So we will speak about that. And yeah, so like I said, leave a comment. Let me know where you're coming from. Religion is dog food from Indiana. Earth Goat Tress from Virginia. Good to see you. Len, good to see you as usual from the UK. Anusa, Marbella, William, New Jersey. Beautiful. So as I said, guys, we got a lot to get through today. Make sure you give the video a thumbs up so we get this live stream out to people like yourself who are searching such knowledge. And yeah, I'm really excited to get into it. So today we're going to speak a lot about one of my favorite texts, the Reboot Gita. Now, the Reboot Gita is actually one of Bhagavan's favorite texts as well. And there are two versions of this. You can see this one. This is a big boy. And so there's the Sanskrit translation and there's also the Tamil translation. Now, I have both the Tamil and the Sanskrit. Today, we're going to explore the original Sanskrit, even though I love the Tamil as well. And like I said, this was one of Ramana's favorite texts. And this is one I actually highly recommend for all of you to read. It's a longer contemplation than, let's say, the Ashtavakra Gita or the Avadhuta Gita. The Reboot Gita is a sustained contemplation on the self, on the Atman, which is Brahman. So we're going to speak a lot about that today. And so let me fix my mic a little bit. There we go. Who have we got in the chat? Gillian, Singapore, beautiful. Mark from Utah. Finton. Parody, Michigan, beautiful, beautiful. Good to see you all here. So when we talk about the Reboot Gita, the Reboot Gita is actually a dial. It's Reboot himself was a sage and was given the knowledge of Brahman from Shiva himself. So that's the way that the story goes. And so Reboot is teaching his disciple Nadaga about the nature of everything, right? The nature that Atman is Brahman. So he got the revelation from Shiva himself. This is the way that the story actually goes. And so the text itself actually relates to Ramana, because when Ramana had his realization at the age of 16, he headed for the holy mountain of Arunachala in Tiruvannamalai in South India, and threw all his money away, put on a loincloth, and resided at the holy mountain for the rest of his life. He never actually went 3 kilometers away from Arunachala. So a beautiful story in and of itself. But when Ramana got there, he didn't really quite, we could say, intellectually understand his realization. He knew that he had some type of awakening. You know, you got to remember he's a young man at this stage, a young boy actually at 16. And so he didn't quite understand intellectually his awakening, right? And so in the preface of the Reboot Gita, the one that I have here, the Sanskrit from Ramana Ashram in Tiruvannamalai, Ramana says, I did not yet know that there was an essence or impersonal real underlying everything, and that God and I were both identical with it. Later at Tiruvannamalai, as I listened to the Reboot Gita and other sacred books, I learnt all this and found that they were analyzing and naming what I had felt intuitively without analysis or name. Now, I love that quote by Ramana. And so, as he said there, the experience he felt without analyzing, right? But so the Reboot Gita gave him the answer as he listened to these texts. And a lot of people, what they make a mistake of is that they think that Ramana actually never studied the scriptures. He never listened to satsangs from older swamis when he arrived in Tiruvannamalai, and that's all not true. Ramana did. Ramana actually, his uncles were Brahmins, right? And so he was pretty well versed in Vedic scripture. And so by the time he got to Tiruvannamalai, he was pretty well versed. But these higher texts, like the Reboot Gita and say the Ashtavakra and the Avadutta, some of his favorite texts, and also the Yoga Vasishtha, were kind of, he had never come across those teachings. And so he came across those teachings, and the Reboot really made sense to him, right? It made sense. But it told him, as I said in that quote, it told him what actually his experience was, right? And so he said that I learned all this and found they were analyzing and naming what I felt intuitively without analysis or name, which I find beautiful, right? That's so beautiful that he had that experience. And the realization that he had was verified by a great scripture like the Reboot Gita, right? And so you could say Reboot himself is a type of Bhagavan figure, just like Ramana. And so the whole text is like Ramana's life, when Ramana would always explain to devotees that ultimately they are Brahman, right? You can say this or that and pretend in the jiva, the persona system as much as you like, but ultimately you are that. And in the Reboot is actually explained to Nadaga, his disciple, that constantly that you are that, you are that. Throughout the Reboot Gita, actually, it can get repetitive, particularly if you read the Tamil translation. It's very forceful in the sense that I am Shiva, I am that, I am Shiva, I am that. And so like it goes through sometimes this repetitive stanza format, which was very common in India a long time ago. You even find this in Buddhist scriptures, right? Like, for example, if you read Nadaga's The Middle Way, the Mullaya Dharma Marika, then that is very forceful. It goes on and on and on and on about the nature of reality, but in a very sort of stanza format where it's kind of repetitive. And so a lot of texts, you got to remember, were written in ancient times as a meditative tool, which a lot of people forget about in the modern day. They were written as a meditative tool. And so we would read the Ribhu Gita, we would read the Ashtavakra or the Avadutta or text of this nature as a meditative tool, right? And so I think that what you get in the modern days, you get a lot of new age competitive spiritual people, right? We see a lot of them in the YouTube comment section trying to compete with each other, maybe the non-dual police, who forget that the scriptures are a meditative tool. They're supposed to be there to use for your own personal meditation, to understand the higher nature, obviously. But the reading of the scripture itself is a meditative tool, which a lot of people forget, right? And so I love that. And so what I wanted to speak to you guys about today is that in that fashion, right, in the fashion that Ramana had a realization, he had a particular mentality, he had an attitude for spirituality that I think a lot of people miss in the modern day. Maybe because they are new age spiritualists and they are competing with other people. I don't know why. I don't quite understand that mentality. You need to keep a mentality of humility, listen and learn, and never think you're above anyone else. And don't take yourself too seriously either, right? I think often people get into spirituality and they take themselves too seriously, or they might inquire into the who am I inquiry, and then they obsess about themselves constantly, right? And so then it becomes the ego questioning itself. You're actually not in pure awareness. You're not just observing yourself without the question, right? Because that's the stage you need to get to. The question evaporates because the who, there is no who. The question should be, what am I? Not who am I, right? So we study the scriptures, we follow our spiritual path to understand the what am I, but you don't obsess about that. Once the penny drops, right, on the spiritual path, once it drops, then all questions disappear. The inquiry becomes more of a silent inquiry into your own nature and doesn't become a mind game of constantly asking, who is the one that likes pizza? Who is the one that doesn't like Sunday afternoon before work? So forth and so on. You get my drift, right? So I think a lot of people obsess about that, which is a big, big problem. And that's actually what inhibits people's spiritual path. One of the main practices on the spiritual path, or one of the main mentalities that you need to have, no matter whether you are a Vedantist, a Buddhist, even a Christian or a Muslim, is having what Zhuangzi said is Shao Yao Yu. So free and easy wandering, or aimless roaming, right? This sense of ease. If you don't have this sense of ease, it means that you live a lot in your mind, and you're overthinking about a lot of things, which is the height of the ego, right? And so the inquiry, Atma Vichara, can sometimes become that with a devotee or a disciple, is they can begin to obsess about themselves constantly and constantly question, who am I, who am I, who am I? And the inquiry becomes actually an obstacle because you don't have Shao Yao Yu, which is one of the higher teachings on the spiritual path. Because if you don't have that fundamental ease, you will not go far on the spiritual path. That is a fact. That is just a fact that a lot of people have to deal with, right? And so cultivating that ease, having that ease allows you to go deeper into these teachings. And so then you won't take yourself too seriously. You won't be competing with people in the YouTube section to, flex your spiritual virtue, so to speak. Virtue signaling has become, sadly, a thing in spirituality. But on my channel and with my work, what we are doing here is we're teaching traditional spiritual knowledge. What I like to say, real spirituality for real and sincere people, like all of you who are listening right now. And so getting back to the Reboot Gita, as I was saying, I want to. There are parts in this today which are going to speak about the path for all spiritual aspirants, right? Like I mentioned, like how I mentioned Ramana's mentality and his attitude towards the spiritual path. What is required of us too on the spiritual path that a lot of people forget about? Doesn't mean you have to go to a cave and sit in a cave all the time, right? But that you need a certain level of bodhicitta, right? Bodhicitta meaning a certain level of enthusiasm and eagerness for the path, for spirituality itself, which I think a lot of people forget and neglect, right? And so let's go to the next section of the Reboot Gita, right? So this is, as I said, the mentality of the spiritual aspirant, what parts of it, what we need to understand. And we'll go further into this. But the first verse we see, the spiritual aspirant is unperturbed by the challenges of the worldly life. He is of the conviction that he is unattached. In due course, he matures to the state he sees the movement of senses into their objects as their nature, and that he has nothing to do with that. One's well-being and liberation lie in one's own dharma, spiritual path, even if it might appear as an inferior one. One should never forsake one's dharma in favor of an alien path. So I love that one. Again, a spiritual aspirant should be unperturbed by worldly life, right? Unperturbed by the dramas of the world. You have to cultivate what is that sense of vairagya, right? That sense of worldly dispassion and kind of non-reactiveness to what is going on in the world around you. And we only have to think about this really logically, right? We only have to think about, how much can we actually influence in life? If something is happening on the other side of the planet, is it natural for us to overthink about that? Is it natural for us to get involved in that when the reality of having access to what is happening on the other side of the world is a relatively new phenomenon? We lived most of our evolution as a human species without that. So things were happening in South America that people in Africa didn't know about, right? And so this has been the way it has always been until recently. And then we take on the burdens of the world, we take on the burdens of our neighbors, and then we're constantly consumed with the burdens that we have within ourselves. And so we can't progress on the path. You need to have that sense of vairagya. And so in the Reboot is saying to actually Nadaga that you need to overcome the challenges of worldly life. You really do. You have to have a certain level of vairagya. It doesn't mean you're heartless. Obviously, our heart goes out to all people who suffer injustice or might have their life taken early, and we don't know why that is. Obviously, we're human beings. Our heart does go out to them. But if you were consumed by all of that, what would that do to you, right? If all of the problems in the world right now, if they were just in a vacuum sucked into your mind, imagine your head would just explode. There is that many problems. There are people who have their life cut short for no good reason from our perspective anyway. Maybe there is a divine reason, but you don't want to be overly consumed with that, right? And so that becomes an obstacle on the path. And another thing that I like about this particular quote is Ribu goes into that one's well-being and liberation lie in one's own dharma, spiritual path. Even if it might appear as an inferior one should never forsake one's dharma in favor of an alien path. Now, this is very important because I think a lot of people try to embody or take on the spiritual path of somebody else when the path for them is set out for them, right? We all have our own dharma. And if we understand that truly, if we understand, which we'll get into later, that the will of the ultimate is moving through us as us, then that path is already laid out for us. And the way we understand that is One second, guys. The way we understand that is that there we are. The way we understand that is that it's through our intuition, it's through the ease of how something comes to us that becomes our path, right? That becomes our path. When it feels effortful, and when we're trying to, let's say, keep up with the Joneses or trying to be like somebody else, then it becomes an alien path to us, and then it becomes very difficult to follow. And so that becomes also an obstacle, right? That becomes also an obstacle, which Ribu is explaining to Nadaga, right? And this is why Bhagavan himself would say to the devotees, because when the devotees would come to see Ramana, right, they would sit with him in that pristine silence. And then when it came time for satsang, they too wanted to experience that, right? They too wanted to be like an enlightened Jnani, like Bhagavan. But Bhagavan would always say to them that, in a way, because you got to remember, Ramana was very humble, right? He would always eat last with the devotees. There were a lot of things about him because he had that humility which shone. And this is like why I always say to people, if you don't have that humility at the beginning and at the end of the spiritual path, then you won't progress anywhere on the spiritual path, because all the great masters had it. But getting back to my point, Ramana would say to the devotees that, no, you don't need to sit here at Arunachala and be in silence. You can still be a householder. You can still be a mother and a father, or a daughter or a son, and live your life, but live it with the grace of Shiva, right? By following your own personal dharma. Bhagavan's dharma was to get on a train from his small town and go to Arunachala. That's what it was. And we are blessed to have all come across him. But we also are blessed in following our own dharma, right? And so sometimes we can also exaggerate the guru, right? And that becomes a problem in and of itself too, particularly because when Eastern spirituality went west, there can be a lot of celebrity culture around guruism, right? There becomes this Hollywood syndrome. Now, obviously, we're here today celebrating Ramana, and we are all blessed to have come across these teachings. But why I'm saying that is because we too can forget ourselves, and then we take on the path of the guru, which is an alien path, right? It doesn't mean you don't listen to the guru. The guru is a guide on your path. But if you take on the path of the guru, or you take on how they are, then that can be an alien path too, and it might not be a suit that fits, right? And so that's also something for us to think about, is not being attached, is not being influenced by someone else's path, following what comes easy to you, right? And remember, none of us here are better than anyone else. We're all human beings fundamentally. Even the guru is a human being, right? First and foremost. But they've had the realization and the recognition that they are Brahman alone. And most of us haven't. And so we follow our paths sometimes in ignorance. And then when I say ignorance here, I mean avidya in Sanskrit, right? The ignorance of Brahman. So majority of people in the world are living in ignorance because they don't know that Brahman alone exists. Oneness is the only reality. And so we often get so engaged in worldly affairs that we forget that, right? And so what Ribu is stating here is that if we are steadfast to our path and we don't take on an alien path and we follow our own dharma, and if we're not influenced by worldly attachments, then the chance of moksha later, or the chance of moksha being liberated while living, is possible in living just your ordinary life, right? Not trying to be someone else, not trying to take on an alien path, so forth and so on, right? And so we'll go to the next verse in relation to the mentality of a spiritual aspirant. So in the realm of world experience, the aspect of sense pleasures appears to be disapproved by the Vedic commandments. However, the texts do make promises of higher states of enjoyments to aspirants. Though unreal and fleeting, these are concessions of solace to those who feel frustrated in their efforts, which, after all, are a walk on the sharp edge of a blade. For persevering, the truth in all simplicity and purity is revealed. It is neither in the enjoyment nor in the enjoyer. Giving one's heart to such enticements will result in a series of transmigrating lives. Now, this is a really important verse. It can put a lot of people off, right? So, uh, giving one's heart to such enticements will result in a series of transmigrating lives. And so, as it says, walking on the sharp edge of a blade. And that's really what the spiritual path is, right? You're walking on that sharp edge of a blade where you could go one way or the other, or you could collapse in on yourself. And so, yes, it's, you don't want to take this, you want to think about this in the sense of maybe in the sense of Kashmiri Shaivism, right? Because in Kashmiri Shaivism, they do not neglect the world because the world itself is Shakti, right? The manifest world around us, you and I here, is Shakti. It's the power of Shiva, right? And so that's the difference between maybe the Advaitin and the Kashmiri Shaiva, because sometimes the Advaitin can forget other knowledge within Shankara's teachings, where Shankara himself, even in the Ribhu Gita himself, acknowledges that sometimes that the manifest world is Shakti, and at other times the whole world is an illusion. Now, you have to think about that in a certain way. If you don't understand the essence of Maya, the Sanskrit Maya, Ma and Marta, which means measurement. So Maya is essentially the measurement of reality, or the illusion of measurement. It's not an illusion itself per se. It's the illusion of measurement through the subjective vessel, right? So we are measuring the world according to this and that, according to our own conditioning. And so that's what builds the illusion. This is what in Sanskrit is Brahmanda, is like this kind of culture, constructed cultural illusion you have in your mind, right? And so this is what Maya is. Maya is constructing this Brahmanda, this kind of framework that we all have on a subjective level, and that's how we see the world, right? And so we see the world through that lens. We cut the world up into this and that, and we can't see the world purely as it truly is. And so you'll see in the Ribhu Gita, you'll see in the Mandukya Upanishad Kataka and all of these texts where the sages, they'll flip-flop between the world is Shakti, the world is illusion. And so sometimes you see these contradictions in the text. And I'm going to be writing a book about that in the future, which talks a lot about integral Advaita, which I actually think in a lot of sense are the higher teachings, because it's not an actual negation of the world, but you're not exaggerating your place in the world also, right? Which gets back to my point, because in the text it's referring to that how do I say this? Maybe I'll get back to that. But so you got the illusion, and then you've got Shakti, right? And so when you look at that illusion and Shakti, like I said, if you're looking at it from a subjective vessel, that's the illusion. If you are thinking that the world itself is an illusion, get someone to slap you in the face, or kick you in the groin, right? And you pretty much wake up out of the illusion pretty quick. And so when we talk about the great teachers, when we talk about the great sages, I think that this paradox exists, because sometimes there's a lack of uh, admitting that we're human, right? So we want to transcend the human. But if we look at it from like an integral Advaita perspective, if we look at it from Kashmiri Shaivism, if we look at it from Taoism, if we look at it from Vajrayana Buddhism, particularly the Dzogchen traditions, these are non-dual traditions, but there's not the negation of the human, right? You're not neglecting the human experience, but you're also back to what I was going to say is we're not taking that too far. We're not getting so involved in the enjoyments. This is what I wanted to say before, right? So like a tantrika on the Shaiva path, on the Kashmiri Shaiva path, that has been kind of warped, right? Where when Tantrism went west, it became all about sex. It became all about overly enjoying yourself. Now, the original tantrikas are not saying you overly enjoy yourself. Like you don't go out and have sex 4 times a day, eat a box of Krispy Kreme donuts, go to Burger King at night. You'd be the size of a house. It would be a very dark reality, right? And so they're not saying that. What the tantrikas were saying in Kashmiri Shaivism is that the world exists, but we don't know why it's here. But the world doesn't exist in the sense of the way that we interpret it through our subjective lens. That's where the problems arise, right? The way we interpret it through our subjective lens is where all the problems arise. And so we need to get out of that habit of always interpreting reality as this or that. You know, you go back to the Zen farmer and son story, right? Where the son kept having fortunate and unfortunate circumstances, and the farmer was always like, we'll see, we'll see. We don't really know why things happen, but that's it. They happened, right? And so I think that a lot of the spiritual community, particularly if we're talking about Eastern philosophy and spirituality, is a lot of people get so vexed about, oh, I'm trying to transcend the human. Everything is an illusion and this and that. But then when you actually see those people in their ordinary life, you see a lot of hypocrisy because they might behave in a certain way, which is very human, right? And so in Taoism, like Lao Tzu would say, the highest spiritual path is to be actually radically human. Because when you think about it, we've got all these high philosophies, we've got all of these religions and so forth and so on, because we are uncomfortable in some sense with the human experience. So Lao Tzu and the Kashmiri Shaivas would say lean into that human experience and see if there's something through it rather than trying to negate it, right? Because the negation can be an indication also of dualism. And this is why integral Advaita becomes a thing. Sri Ramakrishna himself had a love for Kali, right? Which would seem paradoxical to an Advaita Vedantin to have the love of a deity like that. But when you understand the teachings of Ramakrishna, he was teaching something known as Vijnana Vedanta, right? Which is actually integral non-dualism, right? Vijnana Advaita, which is integral non-dualism. And so that's something for us to think about. Even Ramana himself will flip-flop too, through sometimes talking about the Shakti, talking about everything as illusion. And again, if you don't understand the essence of Maya itself in Sanskrit, you'll get lost through this because it'll be like, well, is the world an illusion or is it Shakti or what is it, right? Now, as I said, it just needs to be clarified. The illusion exists here. What is going on out here? We don't really know what, right? We can say it's a simulation. We can say whatever we want about it. We can create up all sorts of theories, right? And so I like David Deutsch's explanation in the beginning of Infinity when he talks about, again, he's a physicist, right? He's a scientist. So I don't know much about his spirituality or whatnot, but when you read a lot of his books, which are very difficult to read, he does speak about that, all we have are good explanations, right? So when you think about it, right? And so some explanations are better than others. And so why probably you and I and everyone in here resonate with Eastern spirituality and philosophy is because they are the best explanations we have. Maybe better than a lot of monotheistic religions and so forth and so on, right? So this is something for us to think about, really something for us to think about. And so, like I said, you've got to understand that, right? There is this reality around you. It is there whether you want to close your eyes or open your eyes. It's still there, right? If you close your eyes, someone slaps you on the face, you kind of open your eyes, you realize, oh, I'm daydreaming, right? But it's there nevertheless, but you don't need to split the atom. You don't need to make anything of it. What you need to do is cleanse the vision. Once you cleanse the vision, that's when Ananda arises in you. That's when the unassociated bliss arises in you, because you've got rid of the associated blisses, right? Associated to your conditioning and this and that. Oh, my football team won, I'm happy. Oh, I lost, I'm sad, so forth and so on. Cleanse the vision, experience Ananda. So let's go on to the next slide. So the attitude of finding faults with others and other faiths should be nipped in the bud. Even an inadvertently permitted lenience in this manner shall cause one's spiritual accomplishment to suffer. Just as a dash of salt can wreck a whole pot of milk, so does this scum of intolerance bring havoc to the aspirant. Consequently, one loses judgment in matters of action, inaction, and non-action. So that attitude, as Ribu is speaking about here, is about not finding faults with the path of others and not finding faults a lot with the world in general, right? Now, you don't want to take this too far in the sense, you don't want to become a fundamentalist about this quote in and of itself, right? But as Ribu says here, it can inhibit your spiritual accomplishment, right? Your spiritual accomplishment. It shall cause one's spiritual accomplishment to suffer. And so that's something we need to think about. Because I think a lot of us, as I said before, there's this competitiveness in spirituality now, sadly in Eastern spirituality and philosophy, where people will get into arguments and so forth and so on about things that are, literally childish. We are adults here. And so what they're doing is they're measuring themselves against others, right? And so, and sadly in our world, and it's a fundamental psychological flaw, is when people see the success of others, or people see maybe the attainments of others, or so forth and so on, people like to tear them down. It's a fundamental weakness people have in their human psychology, because people don't want people actually to be better than them, right? And so, because people don't want to be left behind. Don't leave me behind. Don't leave me in this kind of spiritual cul-de-sac that I'm in. But you don't need to worry about that, right? And so I think these are massive problems on the path when we have that attitude of kind of speaking badly about someone's path, speaking badly about someone's religion, and so forth and so on. And look, we live in such a divisive world at the moment because of those silly phones. Those stupid things, those phones. So people believe a lot what's on those phones, right? But they don't go outside, listen to a bird, or watch the grass grow. You can actually see the grass grow if you pay attention for a long period of time. But when you get away from these stupid phones, you realize that the world is shanti, really. And people get along. People are actually wonderful. But what's happening in the world is, because of this innate insecurity and competitiveness, the competitiveness comes from the insecurity, right? The person feeling limited because they're operating through their ego, and the ego is fundamentally limited. And so it wants to secure itself. It wants to find a nice home, and it wants to tear other people down around it because it ensures its survival, which is a fundamental trait through evolution, but now it's superimposed onto the psychological, which is a problem. And so when we're doing that and we're trying to bring other people down, we are inhibiting our own spiritual path. And so sadly, because of the phones, there are certain people who will attack certain spiritual paths and religions. Like, for example, Hinduism is constantly attacked by other religions and by progressive media and so forth and so on. It's always under attack because the truth in the tradition threatens the existence of those institutions, right? And so, but you'd also in turn, for example, if you're a Hindu, you don't want to in turn then become a fundamentalist about it and then start attacking them, because that also is not wisdom. You want to continue to follow your path and you don't care what they say. Insignificant when you're following your own dharma, right? It's completely insignificant. And so that's the path that we need to follow, especially as spiritual aspirants, right? I remember there's a great dialogue with Bhagavan and the devotees when they're discussing with him politics and Gandhi and these type of matters, right? And Bhagavan, not that he was deflecting it, but he kind of said like Gandhi's a great Jnani and these type of things, and then kind of just said that that's all of their path. Like who am I to kind of say that I'm any better than them, for example, right? And so that was his point. Like, let's not try and tear other people down, even though in some sense we may disagree with them. And there may be moments in time where you may need to say something, right? And so you say something when it's necessary, if it's immediate and appropriate and spontaneous, but then you leave it there, right? And so I like to use the word dog psychology, because there are certain places in the world where people have dog psychology. Now, this is not a negative thing. I'm not saying that people are dogs, but you know, dogs can get into a fight and then 5 minutes later, they're sniffing each other's butts, right? Shanti, peace. For them, dog, for peace, sniffing each other's butt. For us, peace, equanimity of mind. It's a little bit higher than maybe sniffing a butt, right? So, and I notice this a lot, like especially when I live in Tamil Nadu, right? When I visit Tamil Nadu in the south, I've seen people argue. 5 minutes later, they're having a chai. Now, if that was in Australia, there is no 5 minutes later. There's no 5 days later. There's no 5 months later. There's no 5 years later. People hold that to heart. And so we need to have sometimes that dog psychology to move on with their life. Sometimes you can say a certain thing, or sometimes someone can say something to you, but you don't have to take it personally, particularly if you don't live within the ego and you don't live within the jiva, the persona system a lot, right? We often fluctuate between the Atman and the jiva throughout our day, but you don't want to abide in that and take things personally, right? It's like Gurdjieff's grandfather's wisdom, right? Gurdjieff asked his grandfather, just give me some wisdom, because his grandfather was very wise. And he said, look, if someone says something to you, don't react initially. Like if it's something that hurts you, don't react initially. Wait 24 hours and see how you feel about it. Now, he said that it does two things. It kills the ego fundamentally because you want to react in the immediate moment, but it also gives you clarity 24 hours later. Is it something that you need to react to, right? So, for example, I can use my experience. I get a lot of emails from people, a lot of hateful emails, right? And so the ego in me naturally wants to say something, but then the higher self just goes, delete it and move on. The path is just not for them. It's not ready, right? I remember William Walker Atkinson once said he was using the pseudonym Yogi Ramacharaka, where he said, each and every one of us are exactly where we need to be in this life. And so don't scorn someone for where they are in this life, but celebrate that they even exist, and know that if they're moving towards something that maybe in a future birth, that they will have a more fortuitous life. Now, sometimes that can be easier said than done, especially when you are around a bunch of a-holes and so forth and so on, right? But to get back to my point, if you have that dog psychology, you won't take a lot of things personally, right? Someone may attack your spiritual path, attack your religion, attack your sense of spirituality, but you won't take it personally. Obviously, if someone's trying to incur harm on you physically, you need to protect yourself. That's just common sense, right? You need to act immediately and appropriately to each and every situation. That's a higher level of spirituality, right? That's why we have Zen koans. That's why we practice spiritual practices such as Hatha Yoga or Tai Chi Chuan, is to act immediately and appropriately to each and every situation. You become sort of one with the substratum. And obviously, if someone's going to punch you in the face, it's better to block, right? Instead of taking the blow. So these are all things for us to think about, right? And so, again, we are human. So you are going to be attacked for what you believe in your life, for who you are. People will attack you for anything. I've been attacked. I mean, if you have a YouTube channel, I don't recommend starting a YouTube channel, right? It's probably one of the worst things for your soul. But if you start a YouTube channel, then you'll be attacked for everything. I don't like your haircut. Just don't like your haircut. Just don't like your face. Thanks. So, it's interesting, the mental health of a lot of people. And so my perspective of that is that those people, obviously, I have a lot of mental health issues. I don't want to contribute to that. So I just need to leave them be, right? I need to leave them be. If I contribute to that, it might not be good for their health. Obviously, it's not going to be good for my mental health too, because getting into a debate about my haircut, I mean, seriously. So moving on, let's go to the next slide. Now we're talking about righteous actions, right? So if righteous actions are the limbs and their performer the body, it goes without saying that actions determine the wholeness of the body. And what is the body? The whole world. The wise say to see the body and its duties as unrelated is the crux of ignorance. Calm and cool perseverance in matters of social order and justice must be observed. Contrariwise attitudes bring only infamy. Glory and notoriety results from the motive behind the method of one's actions. All the sacred works have comprehensively presented these matters. Strict adherence with true faith and utmost loyalty to these commandments is required. Discipline at the level of the individual shall echo in the whole society. I love that last line in this verse. Discipline at the level of the individual shall echo in the whole society. And so one of the important things here is, be careful what you wish for, and also be mindful of your actions as well, right? And so a lot of people in the modern day sadly assume that being spiritual means being righteous. Now, from the Eastern philosophical and spiritual perspective, that is complete bonkers, because it might relate somewhat to Abrahamic faiths, but you can't superimpose the mentality of Abrahamic faiths onto the Eastern spiritual traditions. They don't fit. The idea of radical universalism is a myth, right? Which was unfortunately created a lot when the British first went to India and started to intuit the Bhagavad Gita and that through a Christian lens, right? And then we have this kind of infiltration of Christianity and other traditions in Dharma. And then you have this idea of radical universalism, like all religions are the same, and so forth and so on. And no, they're not, right? And so this idea of righteousness in the Eastern spiritual traditions can be an obstacle on the path, right? And so I remember a great quote from the introduction of the I Ching, the translation by Richard Wilhelm, right? And Richard Wilhelm, and it has a forward to Carl Jung on that one. There's beautiful, beautiful text, beautiful book. difficult if you're not familiar with a lot of Taoist concepts. But Richard said that a lot of people criticize the sage, the sadhu, the siddha, the Taoist, because they're up in the cave, meditating, following their own spiritual path, uniting with the cosmos, however you want to say it, right? But what society don't realize is that they are creating incomparable human values for the future. Now, you may say that, well, that quote by Richard is that's just word salad. That's just BS. Well, let's test that. Do you remember a angry politician from the year 500 BCE from that century? Do you remember that angry politician? How come you can't tell me his name? But do you remember the Buddha? Do you remember Lao Tzu, Chuang-Tzu, Shankara, Vyasa? And so these sages created incomparable human values for the future, spiritual ideals that we are all living by, right? And so we too are the same. All of us are the same, right? Bhagavan understood this. In the life that he lived, he created incomparable human values for the future, gave people a path to follow. Inadvertently, he wasn't setting out to do anything, right? But that's all of us. And so where that goes awry is when we become a moralist, a strict moralist, a self-righteous person. And as that quote mentioned in the reboot, our limbs are moving here and there and everywhere, but we're not taking care of the body, right? We're not like the body is the whole of existence, right? And so we need to embody what that last line in the reboot said. You know, our discipline will echo, not just in this immediate life, it'll echo into the future, right? And so I often say to people, particularly in private, say, for example, if I'm conducting a tour with people or I'm conducting a private course, is that we don't really know what we're doing here, right? We can't quite quantify it. We can't add it up. But there's some sort of meaning that's happening. We're building meaning. We're building something that matters. We don't really know what that is. And I feel like we're doing that here in even this live stream, right? We're creating something that absolutely matters. It has meaning. Again, we can't quantify it. You don't want to split the atom. We don't know what that is, but we are doing that. And so that's something for us to think about. And, you know, as I said, a lot of people sometimes go over the top with their righteousness, right? But if we remain calm and cool, perseverance in matters of social order and justice must be observed. So it's actually not rocket science, right? It is not rocket science. So the wise say to see the body and its duties as unrelated to the crux of ignorance. Now, that's another important thing of following your dharma, following the will of the ultimate, and just what is going to be in your life will be, right? You're not trying to change anything per se. Now, you might say, well, how did I get here? I could say for yourself, how did you get there as well, right? There are so many things that we can say, like, how did we do this? How did this happen, and so forth and so on. But we are here nevertheless. And for some reason, we continue to follow this path because it's easy. It's not difficult. It can feel difficult at times, right? When the society tests you, when the world tests you. But usually what happens is, and what I found with other people, is that they may get tested, but then they recalibrate, right? So they might have a falling out at work. They might get fired. There might be something that might jeopardize their existence in some sense, and they fall off the path a little bit. But look, It's all well and good. They usually recalibrate and things pan out. Things often do pan out. Sometimes they don't pan out, but a lot of times they do, right? And so, again, that's another thing for us to think about on the spiritual path. Perform your actions with a sense of indifference. Don't be attached to the fruits of your actions. And just remember that you fundamentally are a limb of the universe. We can extend that analogy of the limbs in the body. You are a limb of the universe. I remember Alan Watts once said that we are kind of like the tip of a fractal. So if you have that kind of idea of the fractal in your mind, you got the tip of the fractal, right? And you got all of this massive fractal that fractals out. That's the Big Bang moving through you, right? Or we could change that to say that's Brahman moving through, or the Tao moving through, right? And so you are a limb of the universe. But is it your life or the universe's life? That's a fundamental thing that we need to realize. Is it really our life, or is it the universe's life? Obviously, egotistically, we don't like to hear that type of phrase because it threatens the existence of the ego. But the ego ain't going to be around for a long time. You know, the universe has been around for a long time. And as humans, we get so pumped up that we're here for 80, 90, 100 years. We get so gassed. How good's this? You know, it's only 80, 90, 100 years of the cosmos's life. It's nothing. It's not even a blink of an eye. That's just the ego thinking too much of itself, thinking too highly of itself, right? And so the next phase of being a spiritual aspirant, which we need to speak about, from the Ribhu Gita, as it states, Shiva is pleased to bless him who relies on not on fruits of destiny accrued from merits of past lives, but who fords the spiritual currents amidst the worldly tides. Such a harmonious endeavor is upheld by the scriptures, unruffled by the debate as to whether the ultimate fruit is the result of one's pious effort or divine grant. One must continue to strive in mundane and spiritual efforts. So that first line, Shiva is pleased to bless him who relies not on fruits of destiny accrued from merits of past lives, but who fords the spiritual currents amidst the worldly tides. And that last part, one must continue to strive in mundane and spiritual efforts. Now, a lot of people might think that's paradoxical. So I must strive in mundane efforts. Now, again, this is just about getting out of your own way, and allowing the will of the divine to move through you, right? As I said, is this your life or the universe's life? You are a limb of the universe. So no matter whether you are a garbage man, someone in a bank, or an idiot YouTuber, it's that will moving through you, right? And so that's what's important. It's that will that's moving through you as you doing you, which the ego tries to make claim, right? And so we will get to, in a second, the idea of free will versus divine will and the importance of surrender, which we'll speak towards the end of this live stream. But that's also something for us to remember, right? Is not being attached to those fruits. We often are attached to the fruits of our own labor. And one analogy I like to use for attachment and being unattached is the idea of weight. Now, it doesn't really just relate to attachment and unattachment, right? But if we look at enlightenment, for example, from the perspective of weight. So when your time comes to pass, if you are attached to many things from your life, from your lifespan, right? You're attached to not only things, but people, ideas you have in your head, the conditioning you've been embodied. There's a certain weight to that. So if we use that as a gravity analogy, when your life comes to pass and you go into the bardo realm, that weight pulls you straight back down into the womb. I love that analogy, because the lighter you are, the more chance in the bardo realm, so to speak, that you float off into the ultimate source of Brahman, Tao, call it whatever you may, Dhamma Dhatu, but you float off into that ultimate undifferentiated source. It's that the Niguna Brahman aspect, and the non-qualified aspect of Brahman, the Brahman without qualities. No guna means no qualities, right? No gunas. Saguna means with qualities. And so I love that analogy of not being bogged down by your life and continually to shed as you live your life. And the lighter you become, the greater chance there is of that sort of moksha upon death, right? So the idea that the Shaivas have of the moksha upon death, or even the Vajrayana Buddhists with the bardo realm. I use the bardo realm as an example, because in the bardo realm, I don't know if you guys know the essence of what the bardo realm that is taught in the Tibetan Book of the Dead is that when our life comes to pass, or when we die, in air quotes, we go into the pure space, right? The pure space, you could say, of Dhamma Dhatu in Vajrayana Buddhism. And then if you've had a lot of conditioning, a lot of weight, a lot of attachment, this is obviously karma, right? This is the result of action. This is that weight that's kind of in your samskaras, in your subconscious, in your samskaras are kind of like mental impressions, subliminal imprints that you've taken through life that you attach to in the basement, which come up as your karma. Your karma being your actions and your unconscious actions. Karma, in a sense, your unconscious actions is probably the worst aspect of your karma. Remember, karma comes from the Sanskrit kri, right? And so, which means action. And so in the bardo, the first phase is if you've had certain training throughout your life, right? So if you've done a lot of meditative training, you've done a lot of contemplation, you understand kind of the nature of reality. I like what Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche says. You need two aspects for this. You need recognition and stability. The recognition is that you fundamentally are that, right? And you understand that. Now that may seem completely frivolous for some people, but if you don't really understand it, if you kind of understand it on Tuesday, but by Wednesday you're back to being an atheist, you don't really understand it, right? And the other part is stability. Now the stability is just the mind that is stable and settled in that, right? So in Vajrayana Buddhism, they use the term rigpa. Rigpa is total pristine awareness. It's like this stable mind, this equanimous mind, but you have the stability in that. And so he would say that if you cultivate these, even though these are our intrinsic nature, right? But because our nature gets warped from living, we go through education, we go through cultural training, so forth and so on. But if you cultivate these two, when you get to the next phase in the bardo, because when you first go into the bardo, as I said, there's that kind of pristine nothingness, the Dhamma Dhatu. Then there's the first phase where that karma in your life, the vibration of that and the weight starts to operate. And so the second phase after that is if you've had that training, you have the recognition and the stability. So you have that awareness. Then when you're in that second phase, then you can become aware of those vibrations and they start to dissipate. And then the third phase is one or two. If you haven't had that training, the vibrations will be so strong and so attractive, and there'll be a weight to it that you'll go straight back down into a womb. The other one is if you've had the training, then you go into the ultimate source, right? And so that's part of that bardo realm, and in relation to, as I said, that's kind of that gravity analogy that, it's weight. Enlightenment, in some sense, is weightless. Remember I mentioned that concept from earlier, that phrase "Xiao Yao Yu" by Zhuangzi, the free and easy wandering and oneness, the aimless roaming, the ease, the fundamental ease in life. Having that ease is the weightlessness. Nothing sticks. Nothing. It's just like wind. Remember I mentioned dog psychology? Yeah, you have that fundamental dog psychology, just goes through, and then we're back to sniffing butts. So this is very important and an imperative attitude of the spiritual aspirant, right? An imperative attitude. And like I said, it's very important to have the understanding and having that stability on the spiritual path. If you have both of those, nothing can really go wrong for you, right? And so as they said, unruffled by the debate as to whether the ultimate fruit is a result of one's pious effort or divine grant, one must continue to strive in mundane and spiritual efforts, nevertheless, right? Nevertheless. So unruffled by debate as to whether the ultimate fruit is a result of one's effort or divine grant. So you've kind of got over yourself a little bit here, right? You're not debating whether, is this Shiva's will moving through me or is this me? You're just out of your way altogether. And you see, you're just moving as a limb of the universe and doing what is required. You essentially have got out of your own way and things are just happening effortlessly as a result. And so the last part of the spiritual aspirant section that I want to speak about before we move on to the next part is from the ultimate standpoint, there is none other than Shiva Mahadev to grant fruits. The diverse branches of the Vedas vouchsafe various results. Such values are assigned to the practices by Shiva himself, who is the true experiencer and also the authority. So from the ultimate standpoint, there is none other than Shiva to grant fruits. And so this is, again, something that is fundamental on the path, right? Is Shiva alone exists, or Shiva here is a representation of Brahman, right? Brahman alone exists. If we understand that fundamentally, and you don't turn that into some sort of fundamentalism, you don't take that and turn that into something more than what it is, then that's all that there is. And whatever happens in your life will happen. But it doesn't mean in a sense that you stop acting altogether. As the previous verse stated, you must continue in mundane and spiritual efforts nevertheless, because you are a human being. I feel a lot of people take this knowledge and information in a very incorrect way, where they think that I heard this, so all I'm going to do is just sit, and that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to do nothing else. And if that's your response to the knowledge, I would say that you essentially have misunderstood the knowledge to a certain degree, because your life is precious. It is Shiva itself. And so whatever is your intuitive aptitude, whatever you are attracted to in that sense, you follow that path without a sense of ego, but a sense of wonder, a sense of awe, because everything is Brahman itself. Even your rejection of life, even your rejection of action is Brahman itself. Even the ignorant is Brahman itself, right? So this is the higher understanding we need to come to. The diversity of life is just the Shakti, right? It's just the beautified aspect of Shiva. This life is the beautified aspect of Shiva. It is the supreme beatitude of the ultimate. This is what Shakti is. But if you see it through the Maya lens, right, and you say it's this or that, then you'll get confused. If you experience it for what it is, then you'll feel a lot of bliss, from the experience, right? If you look at what people would do, say, 100 years ago, right? So, for example, if you went to the UK 100 years ago, for someone to just sit down and just relax and enjoy just the life, they would sit in the backyard with a cigar and maybe a little bit of whiskey and just look at the stars. And that's all they had. They had no one around them. And then we could debate, oh, well, smoking and alcohol is not good for you and, this and that. Again, there is no time for virtue signaling. You're missing the point. And you're trying to split the atom. It's about the experience, what they experienced back then as opposed to what we experience now. So what a lot of people experience now is they think a good time or being at peace is sitting on their couch staring at their smartphone. Which one is better or worse, right? Where you're involved in the worldly life, you're engaged in complete nonsense on the phone. Most of the things that are happening in that, you need to remember, don't even exist. Where the British guy 150 years ago or something is just sitting out looking at the stars in wonder, still with a sense of awe. Where, we have our phones, we got our little stupid Wikipedia, and we think we understand the nature of reality, and we do not. We do not. Chuang-Tzu himself said that it's through the irrational sphere that we understand the nature of reality. Let that one sink in. It's through the irrational sphere that we understand the nature of reality. We cannot understand the nature of reality with rationality, from a logical. You can't, as he said, you cannot reduce the universe to a logical conclusion. It's in the awe and the mystery that is the nature of reality. Rationally, we can't understand it. It'll be like scientists chasing the explanation of the universe often to infinitely in the future, which they never get to. Because as Chuang-Tzu said, you have to kind of disengage from the rational sphere. So you step into the irrational, which then allows you to have this sense of Brahman or Tao. Remember, it's a sense. It's a higher sense. Now, some of us are born with what they call in esotericism the divine organ. Because you might say that if we all are that, how come some people don't realize it and some others do? Well, in esotericism, they talk about the divine organ. Maybe why everyone's here in this room right now is that you might have a bigger divine organ through many past lifetimes. And so this is like a duct to water for you, right? This knowledge is just like a duct to water. It's natural. And so because it's natural, you continue to follow it. But you don't try and split the atom. You try to live with that sense of awe and wonder. Leave the door ajar a little bit, right? Leave the door ajar that you don't know. Because if you leave the door ajar that you don't know, then a bigger and deeper reality awaits you. Even in the Upanishads, they say, those who know the Brahman do not know the Brahman. Those who do not know the Brahman know the Brahman. So you see, that's alluding to that once you make Brahman an object of knowledge, or once you objectify the spiritual path in general, and you don't leave the door ajar and say you become a know-it-all, then you don't know it. It's in the irrational sphere. It's about following your path in a sense of awe and wonder and mystery, because life is a mystery. It's beautiful when you understand it from that perspective, right? So we should never, ever forget that. And so remember, we need to remember, is it us doing us, or is it Shiva doing us, right? That's something that we fundamentally have to come back to. And so that first section was basically about the mentality of the spiritual aspirant and not being attached to our fruits of our own labor, right? Being able to move through life efficaciously without being attached to the fruits of our own labor. And doesn't mean you don't celebrate the little victories, but it means you're not attached to it, right? You might celebrate it, but life goes on. And because you're not attached, it's easily forgotten, right? So in Chinese, there's a word called Cheng Wang. Cheng Wang in Chinese means self-forgetting. So you want to get to the point of self-forgetting. You've even forgotten yourself because you're just moving as one with the Tao. You are moving one with the river, and you don't know who or what this vessel is. It's here. You're aware, your senses are on, and so you move as one with it. So before we move on to the next session, let's have a look at the chat. Awesome, guys. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. AJ, nice to see you. Finn, beautiful. Guys, remember, give the live stream a thumbs up if you haven't. Let's get to 100 thumbs up so we get this live stream to the right people who are searching this knowledge. We have a lot to go and a lot of fun in this live stream. Beautiful. AJ, Dharmic justice has told me sometimes speaking back to those who are truly cruel might stop them from being so comfortable in their sadism. Yes, beautiful. The power of silence, the power of a sage. Len, see you next time, my friend. Sanatana Dharma rises from the earth and nature, from our inner being, and allows us to embrace the entire universe within us. Well said. Beautiful. Mary, don't know why I didn't realize until just now that my daughter shares her birthday with Ramana. Feel so happy right now as Ramana is my guru. Thank you, Mary. Hope life is well in Ireland. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful. So good to see you all here. All right, let's move on to the next section. So the next section I want to talk to you about, we talked about the mentality of the spiritual aspirant as discussed in the Reboot Gita, right? And so what we want to speak about now is about, I alluded to a little bit in that section about having doubt, right? So a lot of people, like I said, on Monday, all is Brahman. On Tuesday, the Brahman doesn't exist. On Wednesday, they're kind of okay with Brahman. And by Friday, they're a complete atheist, all right? And so one of the things for a spiritual aspirant is having completely no doubt that all is the fundamental oneness of reality. Do we have any doubt about that? Now, a lot of people do, because a lot of people might follow a certain path or a certain religion. But do you have doubt in that? Now, if you have doubt in that, sometimes we doubt it when we experience maybe pain in our own personal life, or maybe injustice in our own personal life, and we're not looking at the bigger picture, right? And a lot of the time we just need perspective. But you don't want to be too cringe about this. Like sometimes someone will say, like someone might be grieving or something like this, and then you say, oh, well, someone's doing it harder in Bangladesh. And it's like, pick your time, So you don't want to take that too far, but you also need to sort of have perspective, because sometimes we get caught up in our own perspective. There's actually a Sanskrit word called drishti, right? And drishti can mean sort of like subjective perspective. So we get caught in our own subjective perspective, and we think that what is happening to us is all and everything. And so we get so angry or we experience so much joy or, either or, essentially because we're attached to ourselves, right? And we haven't had the Cheng Wang, we haven't had the self-forgetting. And so it's hard to step out of our way a little bit. And so, but if you don't have any doubt, you allow your life to just move as it will. You are that leaf moving down the river, and the river's power becomes your power, to use the Taoist analogy. And so, in saying that, the Rebbe states, beware, a systematic study of the sacred text by itself cannot put an end to the doubter. Doubts cease only to the recipient of Shiva's grace. The intelligence one resorts not to, let me say that again. The intelligence one resorts not to his intelligence, but to Shiva's grace for the comprehension of the sacred utterances. The Lord is of the nature described in the text and beyond them. So this is important. Even though we are studying the scriptures, right? If you have doubt, then these texts mean nothing to you. The teachings of Bhagavan mean nothing to you if you have that doubt, right? So a systematic study of the text, abiding by Bhagavan's words, they will not do anything for you if you doubt the knowledge. And so, as Ribu states here, doubts cease only to the recipient of Shiva's grace. Now, I've got a whole video on Kripa, right? Kripa is kind of this divine grace that we find in India. And so you'll see Kripa a lot around, especially the tradition of Hare Krishnaism, Vaishnavism. Well, Hare Krishnaism is a form of Vaishnavism. And so there's a lot of focus on devotion, on grace, but that also exists also within Shaivism. And so in that video, I spoke about Kripa, and I spoke about, why some experience the grace of Shiva and some don't, right? And so what they say in the text is it comes a lot back to karma, right? It comes back to past lives. It comes back to those who have their divine organ is ready for this knowledge. Now, we don't know why some have that and some don't. Just some people probably in their life and past lives got swept up with a lot of things that were happening in their life, a lot of worldliness, a lot of worldly things that were inhibiting their spiritual path. So there is that problem, and we've all experienced that in our past lives, right? And maybe this life, your divine organ is fully open and you are ready to receive the grace, right? And you've kind of let go of yourself. You've gone through a process of self-forgetting, Changwang, and you're just absorbed in Shiva's grace. You're absorbed in the ultimate. And whatever happens in your life will happen, but you are not doubting the experience because it is what it is. And it's a funny thing, like even if you look at it from a generic perspective, even if you do doubt the experience, everything still is what it is. You can't change what happened. You can't alter the past. And so all we can do is move into the present, which then affects the future, right? And so a lot of our karmic debt comes from not letting go of the past. And so we accrue more karma because things have happened to us in the past and we hold on to it, right? Sometimes we play the victim, or sometimes we want attention from others because we've had some certain injustice in our life or we've been hard done by. But that affects our present, which then affects our future. And so if you have a form of self-forgetting, if you have a form of awareness of that, this past karmic debt is something I'm going to have to continually pay it forward if I don't deal with it in the present, right? And so the letting go process is highly needed to move forward on the spiritual path. And so one way to do that is in having no doubt. Now, for example, if you wanted to learn the Brahma Vidya, right, the knowledge of Brahman back in the ancient days, you would go to a gurukul, right? A gurukul is like a school where you would learn from the swamis uh, the knowledge of Brahman, the Brahma Vidya, and it would usually only be for those who had that aptitude. And they would only usually teach people before 30. They wouldn't teach anyone after 30 because the idea that we're too sort of hardwired in our habits and our way of thinking after 30, which is, is very perceptive. But you would only you would only be able to learn the Brahma Vidya if you had no doubt and your spiritual organ was completely open. If you had doubt, you would not even be accepted. First of all, you wouldn't go, right? You'd be more interested in being a car salesman or what have you. They didn't have cars back in the Vedic period, but maybe a horse and carriage salesman, let's say. And so that's where doubt can inhibit our path. We are constantly and we constantly doubt ourselves, right? One of the fundamental things is we doubt ourselves because we don't believe in ourselves fundamentally. Now, the knowledge that we're learning today, the knowledge of the great scriptures, the Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of Brahman itself, is to actually help you love yourself and not doubt yourself. Now, I'm not talking on a sort of egotistical level here, but I'm saying like doubt the existence of yourself, just the fundamental existence of yourself, the sat, right? You exist. And so you are that truth, but it's an acknowledgement and an acceptance and not having doubt in that. And so I think a lot of us just fundamentally doubt ourselves. So if we doubt ourselves, what happens then? We doubt everything else. I can give you the greatest text in the world. I can tell you some of Bhagavan's teachings, some of Lao Tzu's teachings, the Buddha's teachings, and it'll all be just nonsense to you because you doubt yourself. So if you doubt yourself, how can you trust anything else? And so these teachings are about, again, having that trust and trusting yourself, which allows you to trust the knowledge. And so we shan't live with doubt if we're going to progress on the spiritual path. Any spiritual aspirant that has doubt is not going to go too far. Ruby states further, should mutually conflicting descriptions appear in the text, they must be understood in their proper context without giving room for controversy. The truth of Brahman furnished in them is of a transcendental nature and does not conform to the worldly standards. All the descriptive utterances, be even of enlightened ones, are only signposts of that which eschews the very root of description, the mind. So the man of discrimination, deriving guidance, succor, and courage from the sacred law, strives to transcend his own mind, himself, the designer of all ideas of difference, and thereby experiences Shivam, the true self. Shivam here is the fundamental sound of Shiva, right? The fundamental essence of Brahman itself. And this is a very important quote by Ribu here. So the man of a discrimination deriving guidance. And so strives to transcend his own mind himself. And so the designer of all ideas of difference and thereby experiences Shiva. And so the importance of transcending our own mind, our own doubts, so we can experience the ultimate reality, right? And so I like how they use Shivam here because like the reverberation of the ultimate that moves through you, like alluding to some sort of subtle transcendental sound. And so like I said earlier, you will find conflicting descriptions within the text. You'll find sometimes they flip-flop between like Shakti, illusion, and so forth and so on. And if you understand it in its proper context, as this verse states, it won't give room for controversy. So that's something for us all to think about. And in this, as Ribu states, it's alluding to having no doubt. And so it's in transcending that doubt, transcending the mind that produces the doubt, that we experience Shiva itself, that we experience that undifferentiated consciousness. As you guys know, especially you mainstays that have been around for many years, the differences between like a jiva, a ego persona system on an individual level, and the ultimate reality is this state of consciousness between differentiation and undifferentiated. So the ultimate substratum of Brahman is completely undifferentiated. The state of consciousness for the jiva is completely differentiated. The mind is riddled with opinions, likes and dislikes, ideologies, so forth and so on. Hate, love. Think of any opposites. It's riddled with that. And so it's once we tend to the mind and we realize that we are ultimately that, we are the Atman within us, the undifferentiated consciousness is identical with Brahman. The jiva is what eclipses that. It's the dirty window that doesn't allow the clear, pristine rays of the sun to shine through. And so we are obviously, most of the time for most people, working through that jiva. We are operating through, in reality, through Maya. And so we think it's this and that, and it's not really this and that, right? And so if we had steadfast, no doubt that all is Brahman, then that's what begins to kind of uproot the mind. Bhagavan once said that, you know, if you want to burn out all your vasanas, right? Your vasanas are the latent tendencies and habitual ways. If you want to burn all of those out, you just need to surrender and have no doubt in the ultimate. It's one of the greatest ways to do it. Bhakti Marga, right? Bhakti Marga is the path of surrender, the path of devotion to the ultimate. And so, because you're constantly just giving things away, not physical things, but giving the mentality of the habit of the mind and the vasanas that you have, you're constantly just throwing them on the fire of Shiva. I'm not going to operate like that this time. A vasana can be described this way, right? You've done something to me. Say you were running past me and you stood on my foot. And so every time after that someone runs past me, I have a reaction that person's going to stand on my foot. This is a crude analogy, right? But bear with me. So I'm reacting each time to that situation in the same way. And so that's what a vasana is. And so I'm not seeing each and every situation in their truest context. And so that's what we do on a psychological level all the time, right? Someone might treat you bad, and then you might have a similar experience with someone else, someone completely different. I didn't even know that person, but you reacted to it in the same way. And that's what a vasana is. And so if you want to root out the ego, as Bhagavan said, you grab that vasana in that moment and you put it on the fire of Shiva, and you just react. You try and react immediately and appropriately to each and every situation without past karmic debt affecting the present. Now, easier said than done, right? Easier said than done. It's not to say that sometimes that karmic debt of the past was not useful in the present, but we would have to say 99.999% of the time it was not useful, and it was not exactly the same situation as the past. Sometimes not even with the same person, right? And so that's something, you know, we have to think about. We have to think about on the path. And so if we have that trust, then we're continually throwing our vasanas on the fire. Now, what does this do? So if you look at the whole samsaric framework, the psychological framework of the East, you have karma, vasanas, samskaras. Samskaras, as I said, is the subconscious tendencies. It's the mental impressions, the subliminal imprints that we absorb all through life. Even now, what you're doing, looking around, your samskaras naturally absorb imprints, and it becomes something in the basement. Now, if it's something very frivolous, it'll remember it, but it's not anything useful, right? But usually painful or pleasurable experiences, fantasies, and so forth and so on become these dormant things within the basement of the samskaras. Now, get back to my point. That informs, or that they, in the basement, it bubbles up and it becomes your vasanas. So your vasanas are your habits and tendencies based on what's in the subconscious. And then the extension of that is karma. And so that becomes your actions and your unconscious actions, which are informed by the other two. And what reinforces the cycle, which is kind of the play of samsara, is that you're out there acting unconsciously and consciously in the same way that you had before that caused the negative samskaras, which continues to reinforce negative samskaras. And so the whole cycle continues. And so the reason we study these scriptures, part of the reason, and we practice sincere meditation, so forth and so on, is to put that cycle in reverse. So you work on your actions and your unconscious actions, which affects your vasanas, which begins to burn those vasanas. And then that begins to, you get the removalist over and you begin to empty the basement. And the ultimate removalist is Shiva itself. So Shiva comes over and starts to remove this stuff out of the basement because you've surrendered your action, which has affected your habits and tendencies, which affects you on a fundamental deep level, which allows you then, once your basement is empty, the ananda is in the basement. The ananda, the bliss, the unassociated bliss is in there. But you thought the ananda was in your vasanas and your karma. You thought that you could go around and have bliss based on what you're experiencing, your conditioning. Oh, I love this. And then we become, and then we sort of are on that hedonic treadmill. And unfortunately, a lot of modern life is favorable to the hedonic treadmill, right? And so we're all on this hedonic treadmill. We're chasing pleasures. We're chasing fame. We're chasing frivolous joy, temporary joy and happiness. And then we wonder why people are fundamentally sick and unhappy. And so, again, something for us to think about, really something for us to think about. And so moving on, it is desirable to achieve certitude in the supremacy of Shiva through texts, but it is not sufficient to be content with that, holding certain attitudes towards him, even if as divine. He is all transcending. Mere scholarship does not reveal him. Sages have proclaimed that the experience of Shivam is unique, and the scriptural revelations provide, at best, a distant echo or a hazy outline to that, of that, sorry. And so this is something that you all know about, surely, right? The scriptures are very important, obviously, to read these on the path. But you don't want to then become, in some sense, a fundamentalist about it. This is, again, a problem in many religions, right? People become fundamentalists about certain books or certain teachers and this and that. And fundamentalism itself is a trick of the ego, right? Because you've bought into wholeheartedly a framework that you think is the framework, and then you can be violent to others for that reason, right? That's where fundamentalism is born. Like I said to you guys earlier, leave the door ajar a little bit. Allow sometimes other traditions, other ideas to come in, which will enrich your path and allow you to be a bit more free on your path too. Like you won't be so rigid and this and that. And so you read the scriptures not for scholarship, but because you love them and because it enriches your path, it enriches your spiritual practice, it enriches your life. A lot of people ask me, they say, because I've been doing this for a long time, like what has been the most significant book, meditation I've done, so forth and so on. And no, none of that. Ordinary life, greatest teacher in the world, ordinary life. And they think, why? But if you have a spiritual aptitude and you live life, you learn so much from just observing life. Like I've been to India, I can't even name the amount of times, hundreds of times, right? Spent many years there. And I've learned more from the people and the environment in a lot of sense than I had from the scriptures and the teachers. I'm not making a sort of like a competition here, or I don't want you to over exaggerate what I'm saying, but I have learned a lot, almost more than I have from everything else. And there's a lot to say when you step out of your uncomfortable environment and you embrace life. Because first of all, you have to get out of your ego. Your ego, so my Australian ego, right, doesn't exist. It can't exist in India. If it tries to exist in India, it gets back on a plane and it goes back to Australia to its comfortable environment. You have to let go. You're not going to survive. It's a completely different environment. And vice versa, if an Indian goes to Australia, an Indian has to also let go. And extend this analogy to any countries. And so you can learn a lot just from life itself. And what that does also is it keeps you grounded and keeps you human. I see a lot of people a lot of the time, and I alluded to this earlier, who get so vexed about transcending the human that they become overly moralist or they become a complete hypocrite, right? And there's a negative downfall to this, right? You got to remember that someone like Bhagavan was very human. He laughed a lot. There was a lot of jokes in the ashram. It wasn't all just, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Atma Vichara, as I've explained in many videos, that gets people triggered, is a preliminary stage to the ultimate silence that Bhagavan had embodied. And when I'm saying silence here, I'm not just talking about shutting your yap. I'm talking about having that equanimity of mind. That's the silence that Bhagavan was talking about. He could act immediately and appropriately to each and every situation, but was perfectly equanimous. It wasn't just about shutting your yap. It's about having that equanimity of mind. If you don't have that equanimity of mind, shutting your yap's pretty pointless because your mind is still on the hamster wheel. And so that's just, again, more things for us to think about, right? More things for us to think about when we look at that verse. And so again, not becoming a complete book nerd, using the scriptures, using any book as a guide and something to deepen your understanding of the ultimate is what they're for. If you become if you're a professor or something in university on this knowledge, then maybe that's your path, right? But I'm saying it from this context is you don't ever want to go down that alley where you do philosophy rather than live it. Once we start doing philosophy, that's where all problems arise from, because we are using the spiritual traditions then as an object rather than a living tradition. And everything that we are doing here is we're embodying a living tradition. We're trying not to make it an object of knowledge. The scriptures, the spiritual practices, and everything is about embodying that, right? About embodying that living tradition, spiritual tradition that goes back to the Sapta Rishis, right? Goes back to the Vedas, goes back to an oral tradition before it became a written tradition. So the next one, Param Shiva is the bestower of release for devotees. The heart knot is rendered void by his grace. Textual revelation and devotees' experience are the testimony to this. So long as the vital airs take firm hold of the body, there is no liberation through Ishvara, the Sabda Brahman. At the time of the dissolution of body, as the vital airs take a reverse course, the distinction between the meditator and the goal dissolves, and the fruit thereof is said to be enjoyed by Param Shiva. Param Shiva is the supreme Shiva, right? Parashiva. And so again, At the time of the dissolution of the body, as the vital airs take a reverse course, the distinction between the meditator and the goal dissolves, and the fruit thereof is said to be enjoyed by Padam Shiva. And again, you might see a paradox here. Textual revelation and devotees' experience are the testimony to this. So again, we had a verse then talking about scholarship, don't do scholarship, but then textual revelation is important. So yeah, exactly. So sometimes you see these contradictions, but it's not really a contradiction when you understand from a deeper level. Again, you need to read the scriptures. See, again, we take things in an either-or mentality in the modern day. Oh, so we shouldn't read books. No, it's not what's being said. It's not, you don't become a book nerd and this and that. You follow the scriptures, you read them for the textual revelation that is important for your spiritual path, right? And so, yeah, I love that part is enjoyed by Padam Shiva, right? So the vital airs take a reverse course. And so that's important on the transmigration of the soul, right? And so if you followed the path sincerely, as I mentioned with the Bardo realm, right? If you followed the path sincerely, then the reverse course of the vital airs they use, Reba uses in this verse, you begin to become one with Shiva itself, right? But this can actually happen while living. Reba does say this, obviously, in the Reba Gita as well. But again, in these texts, we speak about everything, right? They speak about everything. So Reba is mentioning this, in a sense, like on the cusp of death. But to become a Jivan Mukta, like someone liberated while living, like Bhagavan, is that the reverse of the vital airs is to become one with Parashiva himself, become one with Shiva, Brahman, right? And so that's what's important on the path. So textual revelation, spiritual practice, and all of this, we could say a means to the end, right? We are that already now. But what's beautiful is the constant remembering of that too, right? It's the constant remembering of that. And so that's why we follow the spiritual path, because particularly in the Kali Yuga, which we live, is that there's a constant forgetting of that. That's why avidya is here. That's why there is the ignorance of Brahman. And so the reason why you read the text, you meditate, you follow this path, it not only gives you a purpose, but it just continually, you are remembering what you truly are, as opposed to continually forgetting what you truly are. You might have a loved one or a friend, right, who are following the path of avidya, right? They are following the knowledge of avidya, which is the knowledge of the Kali Yuga, the knowledge of materialism is the only reality. So the material world is all that exists. We have institutions that reflect this, right? A lot of science is materially driven. And so they go down a certain different path, and then they suffer accordingly. Where the self-remembering, the constant remembering of Brahman, the following your own path, is, in a sense, an indication that you have no doubt. And you're studying the scriptures, you're meditating all the time because you are embraced in the glory of that. What's better than that? Is watching Netflix better than that? Not that watching Netflix is bad, too. You don't want to make it a good or bad dichotomy. But I think a lot of particularly New Age spiritualists become hypocrites because they say, oh, you still read books, you still meditate. And what do you do at night? You binge watch a whole season on Netflix. So who's more sincere? We know who, right? And so never let anyone, again, try to talk you down, try to criticize you for your love for spirituality. If you don't have a love for spirituality, if you don't have that bodhicitta, that eagerness, that enthusiasm for the spiritual path, you won't go anywhere. You might become a neo-Advaitin who says, oh, I am that, and then you go around and you abuse people all day and get online and troll people and this and that. And, again, as Chuang-Tzu and Lao Tzu said in Taoism, spiritual hypocrisy is rife in the world. You've got all these people acting pious, pretending they walk on clouds, but They are the first ones you need to be careful of. So the last part of this section of having no doubt before we move into the next section is the chosen devotee who is recipient of union with self while alive, with the immaculate grace of Shiva of perfect glory, the unmodified and one's own self, cognizes everything as Shiva and not as other. Just as curd is a variant of milk, even so the elemental space full of objects is a manifestation of the supreme space transcendence. Thus, Shiva and the Shaivite are non-different. That's beautiful, right? The Shiva and the Shaivite. So the spiritual aspirant that you are non-different from Brahman, Shiva, the ultimate, right? You are non-different, as Ribhu uses that curd and milk analogy, right? So the chosen devotee who is a recipient of union with self while alive, with the immaculate grace of Shiva of perfect glory, the unmodified and one's own self, cognizes everything as Shiva and not as other. So this again comes back to seeing everything, seeing reality as Shiva itself, Brahman itself. And for those mainstays on my channel, I've constantly always said that mantra I learned where you walk around in your mind, you don't want to say it and appear as a crazy person, but if you're walking around the city or your neighborhood or so forth and so on, it's a mantra, it's a repetitive mantra. All is Brahman and I am that. All is Brahman and I am that. And you can take this actually a step further and just say all is Brahman. All is Brahman. Because if you just say all is Brahman, you're taking yourself out of the equation. And so the more you take yourself out of the equation, the easier it is to see, as Ribhu said, Shivam, right? It's easier to see the true nature of reality. And so it's that perception, seeing through Maya, which leads us to ultimate liberation while living, right? But it's, in a lot of sense, if we haven't let go, we're not going to receive that ultimate grace, right? Because to receive the grace, you have to surrender, right? And so you have to surrender yourself humbly to the fire of Shiva. And then it's in surrendering yourself humbly to the fire of Shiva that you see through Maya. And you see all as Brahman. And your whole life will be transfixed, be transformed, right? You will see through it. Hey, look at this, look at that. It's all Brahman. Look at this, Brahman. I mean, you don't want to go fully crazy. I got a friend in Tiruvannamalai, right? Tamil friend. And sometimes I'll go for a chai early in the morning after being at the ashram. And my friend will sit down and he go, Jason, you know what? Brahman's drinking tea. I'm talking Brahman. That's Brahman. This is Brahman. It's all Brahman. And then he'll go to work. And it's like, yeah, well, that's all true. I know. So you don't have to make the statement like that, right? But his point is that I don't know if he sees it all as Brahman, but his point is that it is all Brahman itself. And so can we get to that stage? Can we get to the stage that it's all one? Can we see it all as one? Or do we see it in its differentiated state through our subjective lens? That's when all trouble arises, right? When we see it through that subjective lens, then all things go awry. And so, yeah, I love that last verse of this section. The chosen devotee who is a recipient of union with self while alive, with the immaculate grace of Shiva, of perfect glory, the unmodified and one's own self, cognizes everything as Shiva and not as other. So just as curd is a variant of milk, even so the elemental space full of objects is a manifestation of the supreme space transcendence. Thus, Shiva and the Shaivite are non-different. Beautiful. So, guys, before we get into the next section, let me just have a look at the chat. Melissa, how are you? Good to see you. Alethea, good to see you. Nice to see you. Great conversation in here, guys. Beautiful. Truth over everything. Did Shiva have a beginning? No, Shiva did not have a beginning, my friend. One of the stories they use in the South, and I've got many videos in this, and my mainstays have probably heard this a million times from me, but the ultimate lingam of Shiva is the Tejo lingam. And so the Tejo lingam has no beginning or end. It's just a infinite, eternal column of light. And so the story is that they use it in the South. They use it in the North in different ways as well. But in South India, so Brahma and Vishnu, right? Brahma being the creative principle of the world and Vishnu being the sustaining principle of the world. They wanted to compete to see who was the true ultimate God, the ultimate Brahman of the world, the undifferentiated, impersonal. And so Brahma went north, and he turned into a swan and went north, and flew into space. And Vishnu transformed into a boar and dug into the earth. And then so they were both looking for the column of light, and they came back, and Vishnu, he didn't find it. He went for ages. He dug, never found the end of the column of light. Brahma came back, said that he found it, but he didn't really find it. And the irony here is you don't find many Brahma temples around the world. There's a few, right? There's one in India, but you'll mainly see Vaishnava and Shiva temples, Vishnu and Shiva. And anyway, Shiva comes out of the Tejo lingam and reveals himself to be the lingam itself, to be the ultimate substratum, the ultimate Brahman. And so, I mean, there's more to that story, but that's briefly, that's to say that Shiva is beginningless and endless. And so the challenge for us on a human level is intellectually, can we, it's hard to understand, right? That there's no beginning or end. I remember when I was a teenager and I was grappling with these philosophies and these concepts, I would say to my friends, I was obviously not as smart as what I am now. I didn't have access to a lot of the knowledge that I do, and I've had throughout my life. But when I was a teenager, I was saying to my friends, like, but start's just the word. Like, something starts and then something ends. Like, there has to be something that's, doesn't abide by beginning or end. And that's what Shiva itself is. And we are actually in that vacuum. We're swinging on that spiral, so to speak. And we are living that. We are an aspect of that, even though our time on this planet is very brief. Even the planet's life is very brief to that, right? The universe's life is very brief, according to something that doesn't begin and doesn't end. And so it's how we grapple with that as a spiritual aspirant, how we grapple with that. And so, and as religion is dog food said, Shiva, Shankara, and the destroyer of the so-called ego. Yes, that's right. Shiva is the destructive principle of the world. Hence, fire is the element associated with Shiva. It destroys everything, reduces it to ash, right? And ash is what is left after the ultimate has burned up everything, right? And so all that's left for your ego is just ash, right? And so the symbology in Shaivism is when you do the Tripundra, right? The Tripundra is the symbol that says that you've destroyed the three cities inside you, right? The me, the mine, the not mine. Now, these obviously are more complex than me just saying that. The me is the self-obsession with yourself, right? You are obsessed with yourself. And so you are self-absorbed. You can even take the inquiry as this type of me self-obsession. And so that's one line of ash, right? Is the me. The mine is what you're attached to, your possessions, people, things, life itself. But you've destroyed that as well. That's the second line. And the third line is the not mine. It's what consumes our mind that we don't have. Maybe it's lust. Maybe it's someone's got a Ferrari and all you've got is a little Volkswagen, or so forth and so on, right? And so that occupies the mind a lot. What we don't have. And so the Shaiva tradition is when you do the Tripundra, it's an indication from a sadhu that they've destroyed those three cities within themselves and they're completely free. They are absorbed in Shiva, right? And so that, again, is something that a goal for all of us, to destroy the not mine, the mine, and the me, right? First of all, it starts with a self-obsession. If you're not so self-obsessed, the other two probably won't have much value over you. It's the self-obsession where a lot of the danger arises from. And so we're going to move on to the next section of the Ribu Gita, where Shiva explains his true nature to Ribu, right? So this is the idea that you are verily Brahman, the same teaching that Bhagavan taught, right? You are verily Brahman. But here Shiva explains his true nature to Ribu. And so let's have a look. You are Brahman indeed. You alone are the Supreme Guru. You are of the form of space only. Without doubt, you are Brahman. You are the truth. You are the accomplished one. You are the ancient. You are the emancipated. You are liberation. You are ever immortal. You are God. You are peaceful. You are afflictionless. You are Brahman, perfection, and you are the supreme and the ordinary. You are the nature of consciousness. You are awareness alone. You are the sovereign one. You dwell as the self alone. No doubt you are Brahman. Now, this is Shiva explaining to Ribu our fundamental nature, right? And so when you read this verse, it's like the Sanskrit. I love the Sanskrit, and also I love the Tamil. The Tamil is probably goes on with this a little bit more. The Sanskrit has a good balance, as to contrast. But what we see here is when you read this, right, you need to be thinking about yourself a little bit here, right? You are Brahman indeed. So Shiva's telling Ribu, right, you are that. There's no doubt. You alone are the Supreme Guru. And so, so you got to understand this in the sense of understanding it in relation to yourself and also understanding it in relation to Shiva. So Shiva itself is the Supreme Guru, right? Maybe, you on an egotistical level are not a Supreme Guru, but you as the Atman are the Supreme Guru because that is one with Shiva. So a lot of these texts can be negative in the hands of those who aren't spiritually adept with this type of knowledge. So if you start saying you are God and stuff like this, people actually will think that they are actually the as a ego, the fundamental substratum, but you're not that fundamental substratum as an ego. You are Brahman as Atman, right? And so I love these. These are actually 3 verses. So you are the nature of consciousness. You are awareness alone. You are the sovereign one. You dwell as the self alone. No doubt you are Brahman. So Shiva is, again, trying to remind Ribu here that he is that. Have no doubt. Remember, I said in the last section, have no doubt you are that. And so in the reboot, that, like I said, it can be very forceful in trying to remind you that, because it can be that older style stanza format where it's like, you are that, you are that, you are that, you are that. It's kind of like a constant meditation on the self, that you are ultimately one with that substratum of existence, the fundamental Brahman. You are one with that. There can be no doubt, is what Shiva is telling Ribu here, right? And Ribu passes this knowledge on to Nadaga, right? Because Nadaga is asking Ribu, what did Shiva explain to you? And he said, get ready for this. So you can have no doubt, right? And like I said, those type of verses, you need to read them in a meditative state, right? It's a type of meditation that reminds you that you are that. Now, I'm not saying you on an ego level, but you fundamentally are that. There can be no doubt about it. We all are that. But you don't want to exaggerate that, right? And you don't want to make out like you're some sort of guru or you're above other people. You know, in the verse, what I like about that verse particularly is it says, you are Brahman, perfection, and you are the supreme and the ordinary, right? So Brahman is within all life in an ordinary manner as well. It's supreme and ordinary. It's everything. How could it be something that it's not, right? And so, like I said earlier, spiritual aspirants often think they're above other people or think they're above being human. And that's when a lot of spiritual hypocrisy begins. And so to move on to the next verse, that when, as Shiva is explaining this to Ribu, you are bliss, you are transcendental, you are void of everything and attributeless. You are the only one and secondless. Without doubt, you are Brahman. You are the nature of the substratum of all. You are of the nature of the light of all. You are devoid of all discrepancies of meaning. No doubt, you are Brahman. You are verily Brahman, devoid of differences and devoid of mishaps, etc. You are the auspicious, lacking any differentiation. No doubt, you are Brahman. So again, the reinforcement that no doubt you are Brahman. Without doubt, you are Brahman. All through these three verses. And so, again, Shiva's reminding Ribu and reminding us that you are bliss. You are that Ananda. You are the nature of the substratum of all. At your core, the Atman, right? You are of the nature of the light of all. You, I'm talking about here, all of you, right? You are devoid of all discrepancies of me. No doubt you are Brahman. And so these type of reminders are very important, that we are that, always that. Even in your worst moments, you are that. Again, not you as the ego, you as the Atman, the undifferentiated consciousness. Yeah, the Jiva is Shiva too, right? We can say the Jiva is Shiva as well. And there are benefits of having a more pleasant Jiva, obviously. You don't want to have an over-the-top or arrogant Jiva. You need to work on that Jiva. Working on that Jiva is also a life mission as well, right? Becoming a better human being is important in this world. Manners maketh the man, as the old phrase say. And a lot of spiritual aspirants, if you've traveled the world and you've done what I've done for a long time, you'll see a lot of times there are a lack of manners and a lot of spiritual aspirants. So very good, very good. But yeah, the reminding that you are that light of all, you are bliss, you are everything. That's what you fundamentally are. That's the meditation, right? That's the meditation. that gets you out of thinking about this or that, overly thinking about yourself. That's the big problem, right? Overly thinking about ourselves. And so when you recalibrate and you reorient your awareness back to Brahman, and you look in and you say, I am that, I'm the light of all, I'm one with that. Maybe saying I'm one with that's probably better as a preliminary stage. You obviously don't go around telling people, you know what, I'm God. And it's like, yeah, Jesus has come back here. So you don't want to go down that path, but you want to understand it in its proper context, as Shiva is teaching Ribu here. So in saying that you're verily that, right? You are verily Brahman is the teaching. You are that. There can be no doubt about it. Doubts arise only when we believe in the experiences that we're having, and we believe too much in ourselves and our own self-importance and our own conditioning and our own personal agenda, our own ideologies, etc. Right? It's an infinite regression when we start thinking about ourselves. And so what's important after this? Now, Ramana mentions this, Ribu mentions this all comes from Shiva himself, right? So now we've got to get into this idea of free will versus divine will and why surrender is imperative. Now, surrender was especially imperative for Bhagavan, right? It was especially imperative for him in his teachings, because a lot of people would be vexed by their own personal problems, but had not given their ego to the fire of Shiva. They had not put it on the altar and just let it burn up. We continue to hold on to ourselves. This becomes the big problem, right? And so the teachings here in the Ribu, actually, not the Ribu. So these teachings, we're getting into another text, which goes into Ramana Maharshi's teachings. And so this book is Be As You Are, one of my favorite books. It's edited by David Godman, and these are the teachings of Ramana Maharshi, right? And so this is one of my favorite books. The image you will see on my slide is the new cover of this. This is obviously an older cover. And so this is one of my favorite books of all time. It's a small read. It's a short read, but you get kind of a quick glimpse into not just the teachings of Ramana, but the teachings of Advaita Vedanta itself, right? Which Ramana embodied. And so, but again, you'll see some contradictions in there for sure. You'll see some flip-flop between Kashmiri Shaivism and Advaita Vedanta. And like I said, don't get too confused by those understandings. If you understand Maya in the way that I explained, then you'll understand the so-called contradictions. It's only a contradiction to the spiritual aspirants who are new to the path and new to probably Sanskrit terminology. Melissa says she's reading this book right now. Well done, Melissa. Beautiful. AJ, also, I just have to say how much I am amazed at Jason's work. So much dedication and endurance. AJ, thanks, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful, guys. We'll get into the section. So be as you are. Now, we're talking about surrender a lot here, right? So let's have a look. The devotee says to Bhagavan, is there such a thing as free will? Bhagavan says, whose will is it? So long as there is the sense of doership, there is the sense of enjoyment of individual will. But if this sense is lost through the practice of vichara, self-inquiry, the divine will act, and the divine will act and guide the course of events. Fate is overcome by jnana, self-knowledge, which is beyond will and fate. See, self-knowledge here, jnana, means knowledge of Atman, the knowing of the ultimate reality that Atman, the undifferentiated consciousness that you are fundamentally, is identical with Brahman, right? And so he mentions vichara here. Vichara is the Atma Vichara is self-inquiry, the inquiry into the nature of oneself. And so you don't want to exaggerate that just as the who am I. The Atma Vichara is actually a consistent inquiry into the nature of your existence, actually through text and through meditation and everything. Everything that you and I are doing here is a meditation, is an inquiry into the nature of the self. It's not just asking the question, who am I, which has unfortunately become the way it is for neo-Advaitins, right? And so Bhagavan says, whose will is it, right? And this is important, right? When we get into questions of free will versus fate or divine will, if you will, if we understand the Vedanta better, then you'll understand that free will exists to the jiva, right? And so Ramana is talking from an absolute perspective here to the devotee. Free will according to whose will is it? Because if Brahman alone exists, it's only the will of the divine. And we all experience our own prabdha karma. Our prabdha karma is our own predestined karma, right? Throughout our life. So whatever is ordained to happen will happen, try as you may to prevent it, as Ramana once said. And so it's just the ultimate will of the divine, just moving through everyone. And so we often get carried away with our own personal will. Whose will? But you need to ask yourself sincerely, whose will is it truly, right? And so if you understand the Vedanta, if you understand the path of self-knowledge, jnana, then you'll understand it's only the will of Brahman, the only will of Shiva. And even saying will is kind of, in some sense, not a correct word, because we're kind of talking about this kind of the energy, this and that, but we're using will in the sense of how we understand it as a human, right? Because something is moving through us and it feels like our will, and it feels intuitively right, correct, and we do that, right? And so that's what's important. And so that's how, and that's what Bhagavan's saying here, that's how the devotee should function in the world, right? And so, oh, I've got a super chat in Keith. Well done, Keith. $20. Super. Let's give you some love there. So Keith, what's thank you for your generosity, Keith. Was this super chat from the ultimate substratum of reality? Was it from the Jiva? Is the super chat Brahman? Just being silly. Thank you for your channel of gratitude for what you do, just showing support. Blessings to you, Keith. Love you, brother. Thank you. It goes a lot to helping the channel, helping my work. And your generosity is appreciated. And is the super chat from the ultimate substratum? Yes, it obviously is. So getting back to surrender, back to free will and divine will, right? So if we understand that, if we understand jnana, if we understand self-knowledge, that the knowledge of Brahman itself, that Brahman alone is real, then what does that do to our free will, right? Is it free? And so there's a lot of ways to look at this. If you look at it from a to and fro perspective, so if you look at from the Taoist perspective, they would say that free will exists to a certain extent, but they would agree with Ramana in the sense that Ramana would also say free will exists to the extent that you are the one who is performing the actions, but it's still informed by the ultimate, and the results of those actions is still also preordained, right? And so you don't want to start then getting into like, well, if my will doesn't exist, I'm just not going to do nothing, right? I'm not going to do anything. And so that's where you've got it wrong, because as Taoism state and as Ramana states, you still have to act, as Bhagavan said, as Ribu said, in mundane and also spiritual efforts. But it's still that acting through you. You might think it's your free will. And that's where Eastern philosophy and spirituality, in my opinion, kind of is superior to Western philosophy in this matter, because they're looking at it from a more subtle perspective in relation to the divine. And so the Taoist perspective, Lao Tzu and Chuang-Tzu would say, you don't have to really debate whether there's free will or divine will. You're going to act nevertheless. But if you understand it's coming from a higher place, you'll probably act more authentically in the end. And also, you will have an appreciation for the fact that free will and divine will are kind of in this sort of push and pull mentality, right? There are times in your life where you can be in a bhaya mudra and just allow life to just be as it will, and you're shanti. But there are times when you need to act, right? So for example, if your electricity and your gas bill comes in, if you have a water bill and that comes in, and you sit at home and you're in a bhaya mudra for 6 months, you bet your bottom dollar someone's going to be coming around knocking on your door. So this is the push and pull, right? So, but again, as I said, even that free will to pay your bills is even preordained by the divine. Maybe even you like this in a bhaya mudra, not paying your bills, is still preordained by the divine, right? But if you've got a clear mind, you're going to go and pay your bills, you're going to go and pay your taxes. This is just, normal behavior, right? So the religion of dog food said, is there really free will if all is Brahman? But that's what we're talking about here, as I explained. And so you want to keep that mentality that even the idea of all of your actions and you even thinking that it's free will is still the will of the ultimate, right? And that's what Bhagavan and the Taoists, what their mentality is. So even you acting and you debating whether it's free will or not is still the ultimate will of the divine. And see, this is where, like I said, a lot of New Age spiritualists get to. If it's all Brahman, then there's no free will, and so they just sit around and they do nothing. And it's like, you've missed the point. As Ribu stated, in mundane and spiritual matters, efforts still persist, because the will of the ultimate wants to express itself in the form that you are. Right? It wants to express itself through you. We can debate all along with our high philosophies whether free will or divine will wants to exist. But if you're busting to take a crap, right, you need to go to the toilet or you're going to crap your pants. You can sit there in a bhaya mudra. Well, the free will of me, I feel like a number 2 is coming, but who is the one that number 2 is happening to? And then you fill your jocks up. So reality hits very fast in that matter, right? And so it's not even a matter of debate. It's just it's a matter of understanding jnana. It's a matter of understanding the knowledge of Brahman, that Brahman alone exists. If Brahman alone exists, it doesn't matter what you think about free will or divine will. It's only the will of the ultimate moving through us as us. It's doing us. But you don't want to then turn that into some sort of debate, or you don't want to split the atom as to say that, look, I have control or I don't have control. Just live your life efficaciously. Understand the grace of the ultimate moving through you. And that's all you need to think. That's all you need to know, right? And once you understand that, then you live your life in a very beautiful manner. You're not then caught between this paradox of free will and divine will. You're moving as one with it. And so, like I said earlier with Tulku Ogun Rinpoche, it's the recognition as one of the 2 of the stability and recognition, the recognition that's important. If you have that recognition that you are that, and you're not even one with that, you are that, and that Brahman alone exists, then your life will just continue to move in an effortless way. AJ, you look like the number 2 metaphor, yeah? Yeah, you don't want to be questioning about free will and divine will. when you're busting to go to the crapper. And so the devotee next says to Ramana then, as we were just saying, so free will is a myth? Bhagavan says, free will holds the field in association with individuality. As long as individuality lasts, there is free will. All of the scriptures are based on this fact, and they advise directing the free will in the right channel. Find out to whom free will or destiny matters. Find out where they come from and abide in their source. If you do this, both of them are transcended. That is the only purpose of discussing these questions. To whom do these questions arise? Find out and be at peace. This kind of answers what we were just talking about, right? I like how Bhagavan said, free will holds the field in association with individuality. So it's an aspect that exists in the belief that you're this individual, this jiva, right? As long as individuality lasts, there is free will. And so that's something for us to think about. As long as it lasts, there is free will, right? And so I'm just looking at the book a little bit here at that part. And so find out to whom free will or destiny matters. And so like what we were mentioning before, this idea, the idea of the jiva, see how I said the idea of the jiva doesn't exist from the ultimate perspective, right? So this idea of the jiva and our belief in it is what kind of reinforces this hypnosis that free will exists. As you start to peel layers back, you'll see things happen in your life that are completely miraculous, that there's no way that your free will could have helped that matter to eventuate. I'm saying here in the sense that your intention for your free will to make that result happen. So the result that usually happens for us is completely out of our hands, right? And so a lot of those results will happen without our even awareness of it. And so a lot of the time when we talk about free will, sometimes when we talk about the results of our karmic action, sometimes that has the fruit that exists in it of whether the free will exists or not. Because a lot of our actions that we perform are not intended for the consequences that we experience. But when you look at it from the ultimate perspective, the actions that we perform and the results that we experience are exactly the lessons that we need to learn, right? And so if we sort of reorient our awareness and look at it from that perspective, then obviously Brahman alone exists. But if you're fighting your reality and you see the consequences of your actions and you fight the consequences of your actions, then you'll continually reinforce this hypnosis that free will exists. But it doesn't. Because what we experience are the lessons that we need to learn, no matter whether they are good or bad lessons. See, good or bad is another dichotomy in relation to our conditioning, right? Which is something that we also have to get over. They're just lessons on the path. There's not a good or a bad lesson. There are only lessons. And the ultimate, because the ultimate loves and nourishes all, but does not lord it over them. And so because it does not lord it over them, because it's impersonal, they're only there for us to experience and grow spiritually, grow and deepen into that experience. So find out where they come from and abide in their source. If you do this, both of them are transcended. Very important. And Bhagavan finishes that part with, that is the only purpose of discussing these questions. To whom do these questions arise? Find out and be at peace. To whom do these questions arise? Like I said before, someone in the chat mentioned, free will exists if Brahman alone exists. We would only be vexed by this question if we believed free will exists because we believe in our jiva. This is only a question of the jiva, right? The jiva has this question. I remember when I was with the teacher a long time ago, and people have probably heard me say this before, but this lady came up and asked the guru. She was vexed with a lot of moralistic principles and injustice, and the teacher said, don't be vexed by these questions. Ask yourself, does these questions take you to liberation? Now, you have to be serious, right? You're a spiritual aspirant. You're not a do-gooder. You're not a politician. Do you live with trust? Do you trust that there are people out there who are doing things that you might think about and you might think that want to happen, but they might even have a better aptitude at doing it than what you do? So why put your mind on that? Or more importantly, why allow your jiva to be absorbed with that? People often think in a very recency bias. Oh, look at all these problems. What about this? What about that? You know, the whataboutists of the world. There's like this whole religion online of the whataboutists. What about this? What about that? What about it? What about thousands and thousands of years of the same things always happening, but no one taking the spiritual responsibility to work on themselves? Just pointing the finger out at the things that they disagree with, according to their own conditioning and their own agenda, mind you. Someone else might see it and think that it's perfectly fine, which then pulls the rug from underneath a fake spiritual aspirant like that, who is really only vexed by moral principles or morality and justice, so to speak. They're not really invested in understanding the true nature that all is Brahman. If you understood the nature that all is Brahman, these questions don't arise. You wouldn't be vexed by these questions, because it's not a question that goes towards liberation. Again, there are other people doing things in this matter. If you trust the nature of life and you trust the nature of Brahman itself, that things will work out. Some things happen and we can't tell or we can't understand why certain things happen. People die. Unfortunately, their life is taken early. There are brutal crimes done and this and that. It's always happened. You know what's not always happened? People who stay steadfast to the spiritual path and lead others out of the wilderness. Yeah, you get a few. There's a few here and there. But we live in a time where we can communicate with each other. We can be steadfast and sincere and honest on the spiritual path and blaze a path forward for others to follow. Are we really invested in doing that? Or do we want to become a politician? Are we so attached to our agenda, our perspective, our drishti of the world, right? Whose drishti is right? So if you're honest on the spiritual path, whose drishti is right? Whose perspective is right? That's why these teachings exist. When you understand neither is right, that it's just a drishti, that should launch you onto the spiritual path. Because whose morality is right? Muslim morality right? Christian morality right? African, European? Tell me. As Mencius said, the great Confucian sage, kind of a Taoist, right? At heart, closet Taoist. We are fundamentally good. But it's the society, it's the moral systems and this that begin to shape us and warp us and to disfigure us into this being that we become in our mind, right? And then we protect this self-image that has been curated and cultivated. And that's what causes all problems in the world. And everyone goes through it. Everyone, no matter even someone in the Amazon, they go through it to a lesser degree, right? There's someone who goes through the rigors of culture and education and so forth and so on. But are we as spiritual aspirants prepared to put our drishti, our perspective on the fire and allow the will of Shiva to enlighten our path? Question that we got to ask ourselves, right? It is a big question we got to ask ourselves if we are really sincere in that. So the last part, the devotee says to Bhagavan, if what is destined to happen will happen, is there any use in prayer or effort, or should we just remain idle? Bhagavan says, there are only two ways to conquer destiny or be independent of it. One is to inquire for whom is this destiny and discover that only the ego is bound by destiny and not the self, and that the ego is non-existent. The other way is to kill the ego by completely surrendering to the Lord, by realizing one's helplessness and saying all the time, not I, but thou, O Lord, giving up all sense of I and mind and leaving it to the Lord to do what he likes with it, with you. Surrender can never be regarded as complete so long as the devotee wants this or that from the Lord. True surrender is love of God for the sake of love and nothing else, not even for the sake of liberation. In other words, complete effacement of the ego is necessary to conquer destiny, whether you achieve this effacement through self-inquiry or through bhakti marga. Now, bhakti marga, as I mentioned earlier, is kind of the surrender to the ultimate and following that kind of path of devotion, And so I love this response by Ramana, right? And the recognition that the ego is non-existent. If we understand that from an ultimate perspective, right? It's a construct, doesn't exist. It's as in Taoism. Taoism is a technology for deprogramming that socialization product. And the ego is a product of socialization. It truly is. And so yes. So again, in other words, complete effacement of the ego is necessary to conquer destiny, whether you achieve this effacement through self-inquiry or bhakti marga. So he's given the devotee two options here, or, both together, right? The consistent self-inquiry, and as I said, self-inquiry is what's really annoying in the modern day is you've got these teachers who teach Neo-Advaita, and it's all about the inquiry to who am I, and they've got these bug eyes and they stare like this, and it's a graft, and a lot of people do fall for it. I think because people are yearning for spiritual knowledge and they think that that's what it is, but that's actually not what Advaita Vedanta is. That's Neo-Advaita, right? That's not honest, true Advaita. Self-inquiry is not just the who am I. It's the consistent looking within at your true nature. And through the study of the great scriptures, through meditation and so forth and so on. And so the opposite of that is bhakti marga, right? So bhakti marga is that complete surrender. So if you have both of these together, the consistent inquiry and also a complete surrender, this actually brings a lot of beauty to your life. Sometimes if you only follow self-inquiry, you can become very dry, flavorless, you lose your sense of humor, you become too serious, your shoulders begin to slouch forward, all of these certain things that happen when religious and spiritual people take themselves too seriously. And the knowledge becomes a crutch rather than something to liberate them, right? So you don't want to do that. You don't want it to become a crutch. You want it to liberate you from that type of hypnosis. So this is where surrender can bring a lot of beauty to your life. It can really bring a lot of beauty to your life. It really does. And so it's very important on the spiritual path to have that surrender to the ultimate. Again, it breeds, you innately are humble, right? It's one of our imperative moral virtues that get trampled on as we go through the socialization process. But what happens when you surrender is you begin to reignite that humility. You begin to reignite those innate moral virtues that we have that have been trampled on by society. And so it's in having that humility that allows you to go further on the path and allows you to accept life for what it is. Because you have surrendered, you've put your ego on the altar, the Shiva's fire, and you've allowed it to burn to ashes, which has freed you to live your life in the way that the ultimate intends for it. Not that it wasn't intending for it before, but we are in our own way from the perspective of the Jiva, right? So once that moves out of the way and we surrender ourselves, then we can live our life in a very beautiful way. It's just a fact. And so we always have those questions, the same as the devotee, right? What is destined to happen will happen. Is there any use in prayer or effort, or should we remain idle? And as I said to you guys before, what are you going to do rather than like reading the great scriptures, being involved in spirituality, meditation? Because, for me, this is fun. This is awesome, right? This is what life's about. What's more important than that? Is getting a Hulu subscription more important than that? Is watching the latest series of Ozarks more important than that? Going to a football match more important than that? Not that there's anything wrong with any of those. But you don't want to become a spiritual hypocrite, right? You don't want to say, look, I'm that, don't need to worry about any of it anymore. I'm just going to do what I do. Why? This is beautiful, what we're doing here. Like I said, we don't really know what we're doing. We can't quite quantify what we're doing, but we're creating something with a deep meaning and following this path. There's something to it, right? And even all of us connecting here together, we can't quantify what it is, but you know that it exists in it. And so what could be more important than that? And so having that surrender, as Ramana said, and Ramana does state this in the last chapter of Be As You Are. The chapter is called Karma, Destiny, and Free Will. And so what could be more important than that? Seriously. And that surrender, having that devotion and having jnana go together hand in hand. The yogas of the Bhagavad Gita, right? So we have karma, bhakti, jnana, and to another extent, raja, right? And so a lot of people will state that we are either one or the other. We're oriented towards one or the other. And that is true to a certain degree. But I think that the complete spiritual aspirant has all intact. They have karma, they have bhakti, they have jnana, they even have raja. So Raja Yoga is the yoga of deep meditation, which goes deeper than that. Obviously, you follow the path of Ashtanga Yoga here, as Swami Vivekananda spoke about, the 8 limbs of yoga. But the 3 traditional ones from the Bhagavad Gita, karma yoga, which is the yoga of action, bhakti, the yoga of devotion, jnana, the yoga of knowledge. If you have, especially those 3, even prior to the yoga of meditation, is you build love for the ultimate. You build sincerity through your quest of self-knowledge, and you build humility through the yoga of action. I find it funny, sometimes Gayung will say to me, we might go somewhere like Tiruvannamalai or one of these places, and then you'll see some of the devotees who are like, they've got like an unhappy look. Their face is all droopy. They frown all the time. Their shoulders are forward. They're not freed. It hasn't freed them, right? They've taken Advaita Vedanta, and they've taken themselves and the inquiry way too seriously. And Guy will simply say to me, they need karma yoga. They need to go back to their home country and do some good, honest karma yoga. Sometimes when you go and you have to work and do all these things, you have to, lower your ego. You have to go into a job you don't like. You have to work in an environment you would never naturally go to. You'd work with people who you would never usually talk to. But this can be good for you on a spiritual level. That's karma yoga. Sometimes when you're taking it too seriously, you're taking yourself too seriously, you're so self-absorbed with your own spiritual path that your shoulders go forward, you frown all the time, your face is drooping, you're unhappy. This can only make you ecstatic. Well, that's how it is for me, and for the honest people that I've known on the path my whole life. This knowledge, what we're doing, can only liberate you and only bring more ananda, more joy, more happiness. I never understand when I go to certain spiritual places and I see particularly foreigners, they're so self-absorbed to take themselves too seriously. It's time for karma yoga, kid. It really is. Because you didn't take the knowledge in its correct manner. And everything I'm doing on this channel from a traditional basis is trying to at least teach all you guys from a traditional basis in an authentic and genuine manner. I hope you all appreciate it. Because being an unhappy spiritual aspirant is a failure. It's a failure. It really is. And so you just want to truly liberate yourself. And Shankaracharya said that jnana ultimately is the highest yoga, right? It's the highest yoga. But if you don't have bhakti or karma, your jnana is going to be very dry and can actually become tamasic. So you have the three gunas, right? In Hinduism, from Sankhya philosophy, one of the oldest philosophies in the Hindu tradition. And so you have sattva, which is purity, the energy of purity. You have rajas, the energy of activity. It's always moving, always active. And then you have tamas, which is the energy of inertia, laziness, and so forth and so on. And so sometimes when you're only practicing jnana and you become a spiritual aspirant who has bought into Neo-Advaita, and all you do is ask the question, who am I, 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 where you become a crazy person, then that's very tamasic. And you become very stagnant on the spiritual, no joy. You need to bring some rajas and some sattva into your life. So always within each guna, you need to remember the other two always exist. So that devotee might have started out with sattvic energy, right? They might have went to Tiruvannamalai, lived in Tiruvannamalai, went to the ashram every day, but then because they don't understand the Brahma Vidya too well, they're in the bliss of being in Ramana ashram, right? Around Ramana Samadhi, and a beautiful energy. But then it starts out in a very innocent sattvic level, but then it turns tamasic, right? And so each guna has the other two inherently within it, is what you need to understand. And so you never want to end up like that, right? You need to follow the path in a humanly manner. Don't stop the thing about like, I'm not this, none of this is real. This is not helping you on the spiritual path. Accept yourself as a human. Be radically human. Be honest. Do some karma yoga. Get real. This will humble you and allow you to dive deeper into this knowledge. Even if I told you my life story, you might need a few Kleenexes out, right? Oh, it's tragic. What a crappy life. I had to do a lot of karma yoga to get where I'm at, right? So at jobs, I never wanted to do ever, ever, ever. So, and a lot of that helps. So if you are an honest, decent human being and spiritual aspirant, you you will never forget that you are human. That keeps you grounded. But always remember that your Atman is forever identical with Brahman. There is no separation. Now, it's just about how do you balance the two, which are really one, right? You are a human having a divine experience. And so when we understand that, we can understand life in a beautiful way. Life is joyful, man. Life is not a drag. Never forget that. So, guys, let's open it up for Q&A. Let's have a look in here. Guys, I'm not going to answer to silly comments. I'm not going to respond to those. Party error. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give you some Om love. Excellent. Beautiful. Let's have a look. Guys, throw your questions in here. Let's get some likes in here too. We've got 103 likes. Let's get it up to 200 likes before we're there. Religion is dog food. Karma yoga is my path as well. Beautiful, my friend. Beautiful. Nothing wrong with karma yoga. Keeps you honest, grounded, genuine. Beautiful. What else do we have? Keith says, taking it out of good and evil, think about it like this. If it is nighttime in winter, I don't go outside to sunbathe, even though I know the sun is shining in another part of the world. That's a good analogy, Keith. I love that. Sunbathing in Antarctica. It's going to be a rough gig. All right, what do we got here? AJ, hope you are well, and I think all the experiences of your posts have shaped you in a good person. Thank you, AJ. Beautiful. What have we got? Waterbird, how do you surrender the ego on the fire, as you said? A good question. I mean, basically what we've been speaking about the whole time in this live stream, to be honest with you. I would say take your spiritual path seriously. There's no doubt about that. I think a lot of people don't really take it seriously. It's kind of like a side gig. It's like Californian yoga, so to speak. But take it seriously. Take the studies of the scriptures seriously. Like, for example, in the old days, in the old Vedic culture, they would say that, okay, you want to put your ego on the fire, you need to study the Brahmagana, the wisdom of Brahman, or the Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of Brahman, however you want to say it. And what does that require? That requires you to study the scriptures that I often teach on this channel, and be consistent with your meditation, and also understand, as Ramana keeps saying, that what will happen regardless of your input or not. So it doesn't mean you stop acting, but you understand that the consequences of your action are already preordained. Even your actions are preordained, right? So it's that recognition that there is this predestined aspect to everything, or this preordained aspect to everything. Your actions are preordained, the results are preordained. Everything is Brahman alone. And it may appear that you're having a sensation of agency, of free will, but that itself is still the divine as well. And so when you begin to think in this way, or you begin to recognize that that's the way it is, then you'll slowly see the ego begin to decrease, because the ego thrives on feeling it has a sense of agency, a sense of control. Once you've given the control over to the ultimate, that sense of agency of the ego begins to sort of dissolve. It will come back, because it's kind of like an ebb and flow, particularly at the beginning stages of one's practice of understanding this type of surrender, right? But when you give up the control of your life, that's what kills the ego. It's like a dagger to the heart. Obviously, you control when you pay your bills, and the frivolous things of life, like I would mention to you, right? But the things of a grander nature in your life, which we don't have control over, like say the consequences of what we're trying to achieve or something like this, is completely out of our hands. Having patience and perseverance to allow the course of time and the course of whatever's going to happen to run its course is exactly what the ego doesn't like, right? The ego wants to control the situation. Say if it sent an email to someone and they wanted an immediate response, and you didn't get a response the morning you wake up, you write another email, and then the person gets pissed because the ego keeps end up writing them all of these emails, but like you've got no patience and perseverance to allow life to unfold. So I often say that trust is the paradox of oneness, right? And this phrase essentially kills the ego, because think about it. If all is Brahman, right? If all is the Tao, then the essence of understanding that would be to trust the world. It sounds paradoxical and strange, right? Because when you look at the world and you look at a lot of bad things and this and that happening, like, we act as if this never happened before, but they've always happened. But from a spiritual perspective, and if we're serious as spiritual aspirants and we're not moralists, right? There's too many moralists in the world. That's why there's a lot of problems. And so if we're serious about being spiritual aspirants, trust is an essential part of the path. And you cannot understand the nature of Brahman alone without having trust. You know what doesn't trust? The ego. Because the ego likes to control. So once you start to resonate more with trust, then you'll see the ego you'll start to have, let's say, more control of your ego, to the point where it begins to dissolve. We could talk about that a lot, Waterbird, but yeah, that's about the nature of that. And there's a lot more we can say. Robert F. says, what are your thoughts about the Theosophical Society and what they teach about reincarnation and karma? Honestly, I liked the Theosophical Society when I was younger, gravitated away from it. But I think there's a lot to learn from them, maybe for beginners also, because some of their work is can be from a non-traditional perspective. But I think as you mature spiritually and you gain a greater spiritual aptitude, you will gravitate more towards tradition, because there are things within the tradition that groups such as the Theosophical Society don't speak about, which can be logic gaps in what they try to teach, right? If you have the cultural nuances, you have the traditional nuances, which you begin to understand then why this is a certain way, right? This is going to be part of my Bhagavad Gita course that's coming up in February, filling in those logic gaps that we find in a lot of these wacky translations and from groups that don't really understand such texts as like the Gita. You find these logic gaps. It's not to say that like I said, I've learned a lot from the Theosophical Society. I learned a lot from a guy called William Walker Atkinson. I wouldn't say that he's like part of the Theosophical Society per se, but he his books are big within the Theosophical Society. So he had a lot of pseudonyms, right? He wrote the Kabbalion. So his pseudonym was the Three Initiates. The pseudonym was Yogi Rama Sharaka. He had all of these different pseudonyms. He wrote all these different books. One of the greatest books on yoga I ever read was by him. It was called The Advanced Teachings of Yogic Philosophy, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Brilliant book. So I don't really, as to what they teach on about reincarnation and karma, I can't quite elaborate on that. I don't really know what they are teaching these days per se, but I would steer probably clear of it a little bit. Not steer clear, that's probably unfair. I would entertain their ideas, but probably not become part of the organization, let's say. AJ says, how much do you think the Western world would benefit from having appointed Eastern Bodhisattva to help advise in policy? Yeah, well, it's a no-brainer. You look at Buddhism in the West now, oh my goodness. I will advise all of you to keep a discerning eye on Buddhism in the West, if you know what I mean. A lot of what you see in Buddhism in the West is virtue signaling, and people who resonate with progressive ideologies who actually have a political leaning. I know teachers in the East over here who can't stand what these fake Buddhist Roshis in America and that say about all of these political matters and warp the teachings of the Buddha. Over here, they're completely scorned. So keep a watchful eye for a Western Bodhisattva, in air quotes, who are really just political people, pretending to be Buddhists and pretending to be altruistic. True altruism is to not have a type of political leaning. And again, altruism according to who? We're talking too high for these people over there. Only Truth and Love says, I haven't found one Advaita philosophy person who helps on a daily basis. They just sit inside and speak intellectually, and why it's all a game. That's exactly what we were talking about, my friend. It's tough when you sit inside all day and then you realize you can't pay your rent. So again, karma yoga. This is where karma yoga can help those people to kind of snap them out of their type of hypnosis, to kick them into gear and realize that the will of Shiva is waiting to use their jiva. Religion is dog food said, yes, that's the key. Acting for the good of others without attachment to the results. Beautifully said. Religion is dog food said, right now my Christian conservative mother is my Dharma. Well, I love it. Party Era said, could it be said that meditation is the rock, a cornerstone? Yeah, why not? Again, like I said, guys, like, you need to love the spiritual path. I mean, a lot of people take spirituality, particularly Eastern spirituality, as some sort of negative thing. As Only Truth and Love said before, they sit at home and intellectualize about how the whole world's illusion, and then they become very grim. They take it as a pessimistic way, right? When, like, Advaita, such a high philosophy, you're supposed to liberate. You're supposed to be a Jivan Mukta, someone who's liberated while living, not someone who is frowning, who's got a droopy face, who never smiles, who looks at people in a judging manner all the time. I'm smarter than them. I'm smarter than them. I'm more spiritual than them. Come on. Come on, guys, pop the questions in if you got them. Religion of Dog Food says, what about those who can't meditate because of health conditions? I'm asking for myself. Well, you can't meditate, can you? But when you say you can't meditate, you mean you can't sit in meditation, or you cognitively can't meditate? I don't really understand. If you're talking about like a leg condition or this and that, or you can't sit in a lotus posture and this and that, there's no real need, obviously. I mean, if you can lie in your bed and you can meditate, there's anyone can close their eyes or become conscious of their mind. And you're writing this to me, so I'm aware that you're not cognitively inhibited. So you can be completely aware of the contents of your mind. So yes, you can meditate regardless of the health condition. Unless, you have something wrong with your legs, you can still meditate. Doesn't matter, because you can just be conscious. Meditation doesn't mean in sitting in a lotus posture. It means being aware of the content within your mind and having the ability, the viveka, to discern, to be able to see what is real and what is not. Keith said there is toast passage called The Mind of Absolute Trust, which is really great. But then he says, lol, I wrote toast but meant Taoist. We got you, brother. Beautiful. Absolute trust is definitely important. AJ said beautifully, I've had substantial concussions from being a boxer and other things like car accidents and sports injuries. So I can say, even when you are incapable of meditating, trying is the best medicine. Beautifully said, brother. Sarah Inayat says, hi, Jason. I've had a very difficult time letting go of form. Bhagavan's, to be specific, Bhagavan often said that bhakti and self-inquiry cannot be separated. Yep, he did say that. But in that passage I said he spoke about them in two, that he does flip-flop between that. How does one have the kind of love one does for Bhagavan and then spend hours in self-attention? I mean, I would not think that was such a negative thing. I mean, having devotion and love to the guru can be a healthy thing, but it can also be an obstacle on the path as well. Because essentially, for all of us, even Bhagavan himself, you have to sort of get over that attachment to the guru, right? It's not that you don't love and appreciate the guru, but you're not also attached to the guru. You can be you can be attached to the teachings too, right? You can be attached to anything. And so the medicine of the guru, the medicine of the scriptures is so that you're not attached. And so that's part of the negative aspects of bhakti. One of the negative aspects of bhakti is this dependency on the guru, or this over attachment and overly obsessive love for the guru or the teachings. When that's in contrast to what they're trying to teach you, right? And so essentially we have to all get over that attachment to that guru or teacher and this and that, because eventually they die, and eventually maybe even Ramana's teachings may disappear in the annals of time. We don't know, right? And so I remember even when Ramana was dying himself, when he was on his deathbed, one of the disciples was crying with him, one of his closest swamis, and sort of said, like, what are we going to do, like, when you go? And he's like, where can I go? I mean, he's that. Where can he go, right? And so that's an indication also to, not that he as the form of Ramana Maharshi, Venkantaraman, can never go. It obviously did go. But the teaching is that he was the Atman. The Atman can never go. And what we are first in love with in each and every person alive that ever lived is the divine within them, that Atman, right? And then we build our perception of that person from that place, right? Unless we're introduced to the personality first. But usually we meet people from the heart when we initially first meet someone, right? Unless it's a celebrity or one of that type of nonsense. But when we meet people in everyday life, in the real world, it's usually initially there's an innocence, and you see the person for who they are initially, and then maybe you get to know them, and things might go awry in the future. But eventually, you have to get over that attachment to the guru. There's no doubt about that for all of us. AJ said, altruism according to who is so wise. Thank you, brother. But that's the way it is, isn't it? Jeffrey said, are you planning on another series after finishing the Tao Te Ching? Sorry if this was answered earlier. No, it wasn't answered earlier. Yes, we are, Jeffrey. We are thinking about it. Not sure. We might give, we'll let that series be as it will. There's only I think 6 chapters to go. So we will let that be as it will, and we'll see where we go from there. But yeah, we'll see going forward. Yeah. Let me know what type of series would you like. A Taoist series? What would you like? I was thinking about doing a series on Chuang-Tzu, personally, but we will see on that one. I've got so many series on the channel now. I hope you guys all enjoy the content. Oh, Luciano, thank you, my brother. You are the best, my friend. Let's give you some love there. Beautiful. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. What else have we got here? Here, Conte. How can the practice of karma yoga lead me on right path with regards to my work and what I should be doing with my life? Just trust here. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Higher. Just you need to trust the path. Like I said, if I was to tell you guys all of the ridiculous jobs that I've done in my life, particularly in my 20s, you would think, what the hell was I thinking? And well, I'd look at that now and I think the same. But I didn't, maybe I personally, I don't think about myself a lot. So I would not think about what I was doing. There was always just an objective. A lot of the time, every job that I ever had was always so that I could be more so that I can embrace the spiritual path more. There was always a means to an end for me. It was always like, okay, I need to have X amount of money so I can go on my own personal retreat in the Himalayas. Okay, so that's what I did. And then, when the money runs out, I'd just go back and do another job. Wouldn't think about it, but that's just the way that I would live my life. Now, that's not for everybody, right? A lot of people these days, unfortunately, even a lot of the youth in their early 20s overthink about their own careers and this and that. When I was traveling the world, the last part of my 20s and most of my 30s, and not thinking about what's going to happen next, right? I didn't have that sort of mentality. It's just, I didn't think too far in the future. I think if we start thinking too far in the future, we inhibit our own path. So follow your own, whatever your own personal karma yoga is. And if you are following the path sincerely, then things that you are supposed to embody, that you're supposed to experience, will just happen naturally. Your path will unfold, and it won't be such a dread for you. Let's say, yeah, it'll just happen for you. And so, even all of my own personal karma yoga when I was younger, even the karma yoga that I do now, it keeps me grounded, and also it would lead into something else, right? Even though, like, for example, if I was at a dead-end job and there seemed to be no end in sight, it would naturally lead into something else. Maybe it would even evoke an intuition in me that made me think maybe I should travel and do this. Like, being in that environment evokes a certain intuition. You don't want to ever just think about just what you're sort of doing. You want to also think about how you're thinking in relation to that environment and what you're doing in that job, right? Is it evoking anything within you? Is it sort of stimulating something in you to go to do something, or inspiring you to do something else? So there's always a means to an end, right? You don't want to just get in the job and just, this is how people take karma yoga wrong, right? They get a job and they go, this is just what my job is forever. And it's like, you're not listening. Your life is not like one page, it's many chapters. Our lives are many chapters. And so you're just in a particular chapter in life. Embrace that chapter and see where it goes from there. Keith, thank you, brother. Love and appreciate you, my friend. Let's give you some Om love there. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Keith said, Jason, how did you first come to your path of spiritual practice and knowledge? I myself first was introduced to Taoism via martial arts, and that threw me down the rabbit hole into the Bhagavad Gita and all sorts of other teachings. Similar, Keith, similar. I first, when I was younger, it was strange. I had a weird mixture. I wouldn't say a weird mixture. Let's say they make sense in that sense. Like, I studied a lot of Jiddu Krishnamurti, studied a lot of Ramana, and Taoism. Obviously, Tao Te Ching primarily before I stepped more into Zhuangzi. And so I studied those three initially. Buddhism was in the background a little bit. I did get deeply into Buddhism later on, but it was mainly Jiddu, Vedanta, and Taoism. Sprinkle in, like, you sprinkle in Alan Watts, Aldous Huxley, Ram Dass, all of these type of people mixed in with that, reading other books about all sorts of things. I was always reading a lot of things in tandem with the spiritual path. Like, I would even read books on science and stuff like that. Not really because that's my thing, but it was more out of curiosity, you could say. But always, the spiritual paths have always been what I've been attracted to, the Eastern spiritual paths particularly. But I also did study a lot of Hermeticism and Gnosticism early in the day too. So if you throw those two in, there was kind of like 5 things I was concocting all together to kind of formulate my early days. And so I really loved, in Gnosticism, for example, I loved the work of Samuel Onvio, and I loved his work. A couple of amazing books, Tarot and the Kabbalah. I mean, the Divine Science, he's got plenty of books. I can't quite recall their name now. And even in Hermeticism, like I said, I gravitated a lot towards the work of William Walker Atkinson and studied a lot of the Kabbalion and studied the advanced course of yogic philosophy. There was a book called Light on the Path. There was actually a lot of books from the Theosophical Society early on. And it's kind of funny how things kind of blend into each other, as we were talking about earlier, because I was studying Jiddu, which then obviously I wanted to know about Jiddu, led into obviously Theosophy, and studying Theosophy, learning then about Vedanta secondhandly, Taoism secondhandly, and then started to embrace that. And then that all became sort of my formative years, you could say. And then I wanted to go deeper into the traditions. I didn't study any of Theosophy anymore. Not that I don't, and I still read sometimes a little bit of Jiddu, not too much. One of his books was very important for me early on, which was called Total Freedom. Absolutely love Total Freedom. I recommend it to usually people who are beginning on the path, but as I've read it when I was older, I'm thinking, man, I shouldn't have been recommending this to young people. So, but another thing that I'll say, and I've mentioned this on the channel before, one of the first scriptures I ever read was the Avadutta Gita. So, and I read that, I think, in tandem with the Tao Te Ching. And so I remember being at a job in my younger days, reading the Avadutta Gita at lunch, and then just coming back to work and just thinking, what is all this? So, but that was a good experience for myself, right? So it allowed me to explore deeper knowledge while still practicing karma yoga, involved in just everyday life. And look, to be honest, I'm still involved in everyday life, right? We're doing this, and I'm not above being human. I don't understand people who think they're above being human. The deeper part of spirituality is to be radically human. We're often in conflict with ourselves because we're uncomfortable with who we truly are. And so I think that's a prerequisite before even coming on the spiritual path, is to understand that. So, but Keith, much the same as you, brother, much the same as you. Love the Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is one of my favorite texts of all time. One of the more difficult texts for people to understand, because if you're coming to spirituality and you're coming from a Christian or Islamic perspective where there's a lot of morality, then Taoism, the Zhuangzi, won't make sense at all. And so what it does do when you read that text is it says a lot about other religions that are overly moralistic, right? And so, again, the Zhuangzi is a higher level. Waterbird said, my biggest breakthrough came through karma yoga. I met someone who introduced me to one of my greatest teachers. Beautifully. I love these comments, people. Thank you. Sorry, Inyats, a good point, actually. What is the equivalent of Shraddha in Buddhism? From what little I know, Buddhism has no concept of the Atman. Is that so? And does Buddhism have a concept of bhakti? Well, Shraddha is like faith, right? It's like steadfast dedication to the path, the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Noble Path. And it's always interesting when we say there's no concept of Atman in Buddhism. It becomes a philosophical dilemma, right, in the traditions, because we have Anatman, which means non-self, but then we get into semantics, because then when you explain Atman as undifferentiated consciousness, It's not soul per se. It's an undifferentiated consciousness identical with the substratum. And then you say, okay, well, what's the Anatman in Buddhism then? Well, the Anatman is that kind of resonance with the Dhammadhatu. And the Dhammadhatu is the undifferentiated nothingness, emptiness, whole of the environment. Now, emptiness, you don't want to understand emptiness in a literal sense, because shunyata means empty cognizance, which a lot of people don't talk about, but that's what shunyata is. It's not emptiness per se. It doesn't mean there's nothing, because there is cognizance. We cognize, right? And so that's when you get into the fine, minute details. And so the Vajrayanins talk about this. The Theravadins, the Mahayanins, not so much, but the Theravadins do talk about the similarities between Vedanta and Vajrayana Buddhism and Buddhism in general, because of that idea that the Anatman, even though it's the we use the word self in English, which is the complete wrong word, and especially if you don't know what that means. It's undifferentiated consciousness, which is what we should be using for Atman. So if we understood the Sanskrit, it's not undifferentiated consciousness. Doesn't even make any sense, right? So what they're saying in Buddhism is that is in relation to the Jivatman. So the idea that there's no like soul per se, right? Like there's no like substantial soul that like is living life after life after life after life, even though in Buddhism they believe in reincarnation and this and that. But it's not like let's say the theosophical or new age idea of the soul, right? And so in Sanskrit, soul is jivatman, because soul is intermingled with the undifferentiated consciousness. So the jiva, the persona system that we have become and that we're trying to cleanse out through all these lifetimes is entangled with the Atman. And so what the Buddhists are saying is that from the Anatman is that because that soul, that sort of persona that has never existed, right? It's an illusion. The ego is is fundamentally an illusion. So there's actually not much difference in that way of thinking when you think about it, unless you are just taking it and looking at the strange way that people have translated Sanskrit in English. Then you get into all of these sorts of troubles. So, and there is Shraddha, right? And Shraddha is faith. And so if you've ever been to Sri Lanka, you've ever come to Thailand, these Theravada predominant places, there is a lot of actual bhakti. You'll see it. And so it's not to the extent, right, that you see in Hinduism. Definitely not. But there still is that Shraddha. There still is that faith. And so I would say in Buddhism, it's more so a faith and dedication to the teachings and the historical Buddha, rather than a faith and dedication to a guru per se, right? So there is that aspect, and there is that faith and dedication to the idea of the Trikayas, right? So the Dhammakaya, the Sambhogakaya, the Nirmanakaya, and the idea of that sort of substratum of the Dhammadhatu. And so, which is, again, another complex thing in and of itself to talk about, which will require another 3 hours. Religion is dog food. AJ, Hart, Jason, you are so relatable. Love all of those topics and speakers. Thank you, brother. Religion is dog food said, what about teachers who have been surrounded by controversy, sexual scandals, and the like? Ramana seems to be a pure being, no doubt about it. And what about those teachers? Well, they've brought the teachings into disrepute. This is what happens, and why I keep telling you guys, and I've always told people for 2 decades teaching this stuff, you need to be radically human. It's when you believe you are above being human that human nature becomes deviant, it becomes warped. And then it acts in a certain way because you're pretending to be something that you're not, right? And when you see gurus acting like this is the red flag on the play. It's a red flag on the play. You need to exit the premises and not listen to what they're saying. And there's numerous gurus and spiritual teachers who have committed sexual acts to their devotees. Controversy about they take money, steal money from people. I can name you 100 right off the bat, but I'm not into throwing people under the bus. What I don't understand is how the spiritual aspirant can't notice when a teacher isn't genuine. I'll give you an example, right? And see if you can intuit if this is a real teacher or not. And this happens a lot. You'll go on a Zen retreat, and I'm not talking about a fake Zen retreat in America. I'm talking about a real one in China or Japan or Korea. And after the retreat, this often happens. So like a teacher will come to Australia, right? A Zen master. You'll have the 7-day session. It's called session in Zen, right? So it's like kind of like Vipassana. It's a little bit different, but it's obviously no talking and so forth and so on. And straight after the retreat, you know what the master does? This is a test for you. He goes and cracks a beer. Now, what's the master? Is that master? Is he pretending he's above being human, or is he embracing being radically human and exhibiting that he's not above human nature? See, that teacher you can trust. The one who believes he's more saintly, doesn't entertain like certain things, thinks he's above the ordinary human, thinks that he actually is Brahman in its totality, which is, again, it's a strange concept, especially with Western Advaita teachers. It's the monk having the beer that you can trust, because they're exhibiting what it is, and they're actually teaching the students a lesson there. Yeah, we did all this for 7 days. That's all well and good, but you're not a saint. Remember, you're still human. This keeps you grounded, keeps you humble. You want to keep your head in the clouds, but your feet firmly on the ground. And I've always gravitated and resonated with those type of teachers like that, who can be very human. You can have a conversation about them, about cricket, for example. I've had many lengthy conversations with Indian gurus about cricket. And it's fun. You have a laugh. You're not taking life too serious. You're not believing you're somebody that you're not. You're not believing that you're Shiva in its totality. Shiva, at that time, wants you to talk about cricket. As frivolous as cricket may seem, it is what it is. And so that's something for all of us to think about, right? Is to have that humility. Never forget that you are a human, even though you understand the Brahma Vidya, right? But to understand the Brahma Vidya at a deeper level, you have to be radically human. That's the irony. Otherwise, like I said to you, and as one of the people said in the chat, was that you'll end up sitting around all day, intellectualizing reality, asking, what am I, who am I, whatever, forever, and you make nowhere on the spiritual path. Do some karma yoga. Get real. Sorry, Nyat. Thank you. Got a $15 super chat there. Thank you so much. Give you a little bit of Om love there. Right. Beautiful. AJ said, my sincere question to you, Jason, is how does one navigate a very shallow Western world wherein most demonize me for having Eastern philosophies and vocalizing them? Like you said, the virtue signal. I hear you, brother. I really hear. It's difficult. I mean, the last time I was in Australia, I basically know no one to this point now in Australia. And so for me, there's really nobody to speak to about this stuff apart from people that I may bump into, and it's by happenstance, maybe. Uh, but I would say, personally, from my experience, is maybe when I was younger, I didn't speak about them a lot. I would say with my family and my friends, but I spoke about it to them to the point where it's not even to even a deeper point, but they feel uncomfortable with alternative knowledge coming into their sort of their field of consciousness, right? And so naturally, over the years, I gravitated away from my family, from certain friends, and it was very natural. But and look, I tried, particularly with my family, to keep certain relationships alive, and that never happened. Um, that was a point for me to grow and grow spiritually and move on. And so I hope that that's not the case for yourself, but I don't think you have to tell anyone about, I mean, there's no need for you to tell anyone about your path. I liked what Confucius said, where he said, like, uh, you will gravitate towards who you resonate, right? And so we're all in this room here because we're gravitating towards who we resonate with, right? And so um, you guys may resonate with me, and I obviously resonate with my esteemed audience, and so we do these type of things. And so I wouldn't go around saying, this or that, or you know or trying to force the knowledge down people's throats, because then we become a fundamentalist ourselves. We become the Jehovah Witness knocking on the door. We never want to do that. But at the same time, I think there's a skill and a way of delivering what you're alluding to, about talking about this type of knowledge. Look, to be honest, AJ, in the West, as far as I can see into the distant future, Eastern philosophies and spiritual traditions will continually to be demonized because they're foreign, they're different, and that's just the way it's going to be. I mean, there's no two ways about it. So you can only gravitate towards who you resonate and follow that path, right? Rather than trying to throw pearls before swine, so to speak. And so it's I know it's a crude analogy, but that's how it feels when we are trying too hard to appease certain people, right? So, and you have to really take care of yourself as well. In the end of the day, right? You have to really take care of yourself on the spiritual path, particularly if you're in an environment where it's not harmonious towards your way of thinking and your spiritual growth. So you kind of have to sort of retract from maybe what's in your environment to so you can stay steadfast on the path, and maybe have a sort of a mentality of vairagya as well, like worldly dispassion. So Keith said, brilliant, similar. Bruce Lee guided me to Krishnamurti, and then also got into Hermetics and Gnostic teachings. I also enjoyed studying physics and science and how it overlaps with Eastern philosophy. AJ says, I think having a insatiable appetite to learn and being open to new knowledge and not dogmatic is one thing we all share in common. There's no doubt about that. Party Era going to run. Thank you, Party Era. Thank you for being with us. Guys, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. Make sure you give the video a like, people. We got 109 likes. I can see in the chat, on the live stream. We'll get this up to 200 likes, hopefully. So we get this live stream out to those who need. A lot of comments, very good. I'm not going to be able to answer all. The studio lights are starting to burn my eyes out. Jeffro says, as a beginner aspirant, I've been wondering how the traditional knowledge was gained in the first place. Were there visions, people who knew about their previous lives, etc.? Love the live stream. Thank you, Jeffro. Well, if we look at this knowledge, if we're looking at Vedanta, we're going back to the 7 Sapta Rishis. And so the idea there was that it was kind of a revelation. I mean, I was going to say revelation. Revelation is the word, but it's kind of a bit more than that, because once we start using revelation here, we start thinking about Christianity and the divine revelation and this and that. It came from their own sincere practice and sadhana, and was probably even before them. We don't really know. And so, and it came from the rishis were 7 individuals who were away from society as well. So they were not influenced by society around them. So there is that, right? Like if you take yourself out of society and say if you go into the forest or you go to a cave and you practice sadhana for a long period of time, you will notice things change within yourself, perspectives, things will dissipate, and this and that. You imagine if that was your whole life, what type of revelations would come to you, right? And so there was kind of this unification, this yoga between the divine and the aspirant that delivered this knowledge. Not that there is a separation there, but you understand what I mean. And so that was when the Mahavakyas came about, the 4 Mahavakyas, right? Tat Tvamasi, behind me here. Thou art that. Aham Brahmasmi. I am Brahman without the I. I am Atma Brahma. Atman is Brahman. And Pragyanam Brahma. Brahman is consciousness. And so those 4 statements are the 4 major statements. And I'll have a video actually on Wednesday. Keep an eye out on Wednesday about the 4 Mahavakyas. Important video for all of you to watch. And so those 4 statements, Maha means great, Vakya means utterance or saying. They came to them. They realized that they were the ultimate, right? So, or they were one with the ultimate, or there's not that separation, right? A lot of great comments. Love it. AJ said, perhaps the rishis were a renaissance. I could be over speaking, though. I love the 4 Mahavakyas. Thank you, my friend. Keith said, you've been going several hours. We appreciate you. Smash the like button, like a Zen master giving her disciple a slap. I love that. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful. It's been a great live stream, really has. I want to talk to you a little bit about, first of all, before we get to other questions, coming up in February, I have the teachings of oneness in the Bhagavad Gita course, which will be happening from February 1 to February 22. You can go to my website, jasongregory.org. And if you're interested in the course, you can have a look at the course, what it'll entail. It's a month-long course. And if you're interested, you can sign up for that. I'd love to see you all there. And if we're going to go into some of the deeper teachings of the Gita, so hopefully you guys can make that. Also, I don't know if you guys know, but I do actually sell signed copies of my books. And I've, at the moment, got a lot of enlightenment now sitting around. So if you're ever interested in a gift for yourself or someone else, and you don't think it's too stupid me signing a book for you and writing a little message for you, then please head on over to my website and have a look at that and check that out. Also, if you're unaware, I'm on social media. You can go to Instagram, Jason Gregory Author. You can go to X at Jason Gregory 33, Facebook, Jason Gregory Author as well. And I'm also on LinkedIn, if you can believe it. Not sure why I'm on LinkedIn, but anyway. And also, if you want to support my work, support the channel, make sure head on over to Patreon and check out what I have there. Actually, on Patreon in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to start a new series. It'll be a fortnightly series. I've got 2 books planned, and I want to show you the process of, like, I'm reading a lot of books at the moment in relation to these 2 books. So I want to just give you an insight, a private insight exclusively for the members into what I'll be studying, what I am reading, what I am studying at that time. I have a new book coming out this year, which isn't related to those 2 books, and I will let you guys know what that new book is in the future. It is a book on Taoism, and it's going to be a very important book. It'll be out in November. Also, guys, make sure, I'm not sure if you don't know, head on over and check out some of my merch. We've got the new Arunachala merch there for all of you. It does help the channel out. If you want to check it out, you can go and check out any of that merch. Hopefully you can have a look at that, and yeah, that also helps the channel out as well. So any of your help helps the channel out. And you know, a lot of these things that I do here, I do on my own. So the support of the community is very important. It's not like I'm paid to sit here. I do this because I love it. So the support of the community is very important. I love and appreciate all of you guys. You all know that. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say all that. Hope you're all safe and sound. Thank you for staying in this. It's almost a 4-hour live stream at the moment. Can you believe it? I'll just have a quick look at the chat last minute. Have a quick look. What have we got here? AJ and dog food. Love it. AJ said, thank you, Jason. I have tons of friends who resonate with me, and I did not need to outwardly let them know my path. Very good. Sarah Inyat said, I think a good measure of authenticity is when an enlightened master tell you what to do with your life, and in specific circumstances, unless they've been asked by a devotee. Good point. And Sarah Inyat said again, even when truly realized beings don't tell you what to do with your worldly affairs. Again, beautiful. Woodstock said simply, and it still holds the test of time always, love one another. Without love, there ain't no lasting peace. There is no doubt about that. Guys, thank you so much. I know there's still some of you in the chat here. Please let me know where you're coming from. I'd like to see where you are at the moment. Keith said, thank you. Great live stream. Blessings to you. I would definitely get a signed copy of the book. Nothing weird about that. Thank you, Keith. Yeah, head on over to the website, my friend. You can have a look around, and you guys can contact me directly through my website as well on the contact page. Waterbird, South Carolina in the house. Beautiful. Thank you for being here. Absolute pleasure to have all of you here. It really is. Guys, much love and appreciation. I really have enjoyed this. Guys, let me know in the chat. Is this something you would like to do once a month, fortnightly? Let me know. Tim Baker in the house, Japan. Tim, good to see you. Very good. I met a Tim Baker in the Botanical Gardens once in Brisbane. I'm not sure if you are that Tim Baker. Please let me know. Jeffrey, Washington. Keith, New York. Not the city upstate. Keith, thank you. Beautiful. What else? London. Oh, in the house. Pulling an all-nighter there, my friend. Beautiful. Thank you for your support. Woodstock. The Dow. Why is the ocean greater than all the lakes and rivers? Because it lies lower than them. Beautiful, my friend. Well said. Guys, thank you so much for the love. AJ just followed your Instagram. Also, yes, this live stream format is great, but I would actually recommend a moderator for people who get a bit too heavy. Well said. I couldn't argue with you more there, my friend. Maybe I'll get Guyang on the job. And yeah, 3 a.m. Thank you, my friend, for staying up. I appreciate it. Would you guys like the live stream once a month, fortnightly, weekly? Just quickly let me know. Sarah Inyat, thank you, Jason. Excellent live stream. I absolutely love your channel. Big fan of when you and your wife do a podcast together. She is incredible. She is. Thank you very much for your support. I'll let her know. She will love that. Yeah, guys. So what do you think? Live, weekly, monthly, fortnightly? I'm thinking fortnightly because I think it gives a bit of a gap. Tim, it was you. Awesome, man. By the Brisbane Riverside, our paths crossed, fortunately. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Tim Baker bumped into me in the Botanical Gardens in Brisbane when I was living there. So that's awesome, man. I appreciate it. Japan, man, you're up. Oh, no, it's early there. Sorry, man. William, 1 per month. AJ, I'm Shanti. Whatever is not too much, monthly or fortnight. Waterbird, I subscribe. Love the live 2 weekly or month. Beautifully. I like the fortnightly idea. Jeffro, thank you. Also, is this time good? I'm not sure. I'll work out a time best for everyone. Maybe I'll do Friday evenings. I'm not sure. But we will work that out from there. So, guys, I hope you loved the stream. Seth, thank you, Jason. Peace and love to all fellow masters of change. Thank you, guys. True love and appreciation. I hope you're all safe and sound. Have a good day. It's early morning here in Thailand, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Remember, the new Mahavakya video is out, and I'll see you guys then. Shanti, shanti, shanti.